Okay, we're going to get started here.
A few more speakers.
We'll call the meeting to order and open with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Tim, would you lead?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first I'd like to welcome everybody. Thank you for coming to our meeting. This is the February 4th, 2026 meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. We'll start first with a roll call.
We can't hear you back here.
Okay. Start first with a roll call.
Mr. Boggs.
Here.
Mr. Bush.
Here.
Mr. Burring.
Here.
Mr. Mancino.
Here.
Ms. Rogers. Here. Mr. Truax.
Here.
Could you all possibly maybe move your mics?
Yep. How's that sound for you?
Yeah.
Any better? Better in the back? I know it's going to be difficult with the crowd. So again, thanks for coming tonight. Before we get started on any of the agenda items, I wanted to go through some basics. I imagine a lot of you have not been to one of our meetings before. I'm speaking about
the roll call.
I'm sorry?
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Test.
I'm
Can you hear
speaking
me?
about as loud as I can.
It's our
It won't
speakers
go
are
any
on.
closer.
It won't go any
The wire
closer.
will only go so far.
Yeah, so
Are they working? I don't think they're working.
I sort of hear myself. I don't know. Anyway, first of all, so if you got cell phones, silence those, please. Since we have so many people that want to speak tonight, we're going to limit 3 minutes, I think, is what we usually do in a crowd like this. We make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak, but we don't want to have it go to 3 a.m. So 3 minutes, and we'll have a timer. When we get to the end of the 3 minutes, we ask you to stop, cut off as soon as you can after that. Each person will have one opportunity to speak. No sharing or donating your time to somebody else. And when your turn comes, I want you to step forward and use the podium. We'll be taking minutes for the meeting and need to keep chatter in the room to a minimum. Actually, it'd be really good if you could keep it quiet so you can hear those of us who are speaking. When you're at the podium, make sure you're addressing the Planning Commission, not to the audience. And if you've not already filled out a speaker request form, but you want to speak, please do. We do ask that you fill out the speaker request form. Makes it easier for Lisa to keep track of for the minutes. And let's see, when it's your turn, Lisa will call your name and then she'll have to swear you in. Then you'll state your name and address when you start. And last, please be respectful to each other and to the city staff and to commission members. No name calling. That's a good word to be ignored. So I think that pretty much covers it. So any other comments on that?
On the 3 minutes, I will say 3 minutes, and then please just finish your thought and then don't go on to another thought. That's all I ask when I say 3 minutes, please.
Well, I guess there was one thing. I don't know that I mentioned it, but I would imagine a lot of you have the same concerns, same questions, issues, and you could save time by not repeating everything that somebody else has already said. You just said, I agree with them, or I have the same question. That makes it go a little bit faster. Okay, first item, we're in the old business section. The first item is rezoning application.
I believe we didn't finish the roll call because I didn't actually say here.
Yeah, I thought you did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here. Sorry. Sure.
Sorry. Rezoning application ZON 25003. that was tabled before and it stays on the table, right?
Correct. I haven't
Okay.
received any updates on that.
Okay, thank you. Item B, planned manufacturing application PM 25001 is on the table. We're ready to go on that tonight, have a presentation, so I'll move that we remove the PM 25001 from the table.
Second?
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Messina.
Here.
Mr. Smiley.
Here.
Mr. Boggs.
Yes.
Mr. Burring.
Yes.
Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Truax.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes, and we'll proceed with the application.
Of course. So the location of this is at the southeast corner of Broad Street and Main Street. It's currently just over 89 acres in size. It's zoned PM Planned Manufacturing. The applicant's requesting a recommendation of approval for a planned manufacturing application pursuant to section 1253.10 South of the Code for the development of 4 data center structures and associated site improvements. Take a look up here. The parcel in question is outlined in yellow. We have Main Street bordering to the west, Broad Street to the north. Property itself begins at the southeast corner of the intersection of Broad Street and Main Street. It's just over 89 acres in size, with frontage on both of those streets. Currently, it's used for agricultural, mostly field with 2 sections of wooded areas. There's 3 wetlands on the property labeled A, B, and C on the plans that they submitted, totaling about 1.85 acres in size. Here's a look at kind of the existing conditions on the property. On this screen, north would be to your left. So Broad Street's here. You can see kind of those wooded areas shaded here with the wetlands. Proposal is they're seeking a recommendation of approval for the PM application to allow for the construction of 4 data center structures with associated site improvements. Pursuant to section 1253.10, Planning and Zoning Commission shall review the planned manufacturing application and provide a recommendation to City Council. Here's a look at the kind of total site proposal here. Again, north is on the left of the screen. So you'll see 4 data center structures. Again, there's 4 structures. Each is going to have a utility yard on the south face of the building. The structures themselves are 945.5 feet in length by 184 feet in width. So that's just over 300,000 square feet. To the top of the parapet of the roof is 58 feet 4 inches, and it's 62 feet to the top of the equipment screening around the top of the roof-mounted equipment on the building. As part inside that building, there's going to be a 28,200 square foot office. The utility yards themselves are 883.2 feet in length by 154 feet in width. Here's kind of a closer look at one of the individual buildings. So we'll see office on the front, data center structure in the rear, with the utility yard on the south face of each of those buildings. And here's kind of a floor plan that the applicant submitted showing the data centers and the utility yards. There's also going to be a 600 foot by 350 foot natural gas generator with a 150 by 150 foot gas regulator, a 625 foot by 400 foot electrical substation area, and a 450 foot by 250 foot electrical substation area. The general locations of those are shown on the site. Here's kind of a closer look at those. These are off on the rear east side of the parcel. So the southeast corner would be over here. Setbacks, they're based on the nearest point. So from the right of way to the closest structure there. On the north side of East Broad Street, you have 160 feet to the building, the northwest corner. And parking is 73.2 feet to the northwest corner. On Main Street, or the west side, the closest building is at 208 feet. The west side, parking is 91 feet to the west side. On the east side, it'll be 50 feet, the minimum is 50 feet from the building, 25 feet for the parking. The building is set back 178.8 feet to the northeast side, 94.1 feet to the northeast side for parking. On the south side, the building is set back 189.7 feet to the southwest corner, and 61 feet to the southwest corner to the parking pavement. Perimeter screening is on East Broad Street to the north. You'll notice this is in red. These, anything that's marked in red on the screen here has changed from the last period. We can't hear you back here. Okay. So on the north side, perimeter screening is an 8 to 10 foot tall mound undulating with a top of the bound width between 2 to 4 feet with 30 trees per 100 lineal feet. That comes out to about 393 trees. On the east side, none is required when you're adjacent to PM zoning. That was reduced from a mix of 6-foot tall hedgerows with trees and 3-foot tall hedgerows with trees. On the south side, again, none is required when you're adjacent to a PM zoning district. That was reduced from a 3-foot hedgerow with trees. On Mink Street or the west side, it's an 8 to 10-foot tall undulating mound. Top of mound width between 2 feet and 4 feet, excepting directly in front of the proposed water meter pits where the mounding will be 6 feet tall. This was approved as a variance request for VA 25034 by the Board of Zoning Appeals, with 30 trees per 100 lineal feet coming out to 599 trees. Here's kind of an overall look at the proposed screening. So there's 8 to 10 foot tall mounds on Broad Street and Mink Street with trees. And here's kind of a closer look. So you'll have the northeast quadrant here, the northwest quadrant, the southeast quadrant, and the southwest quadrant. Interior screening, so there's going to be 86 trees throughout the parking area and an 8-foot tall black vinyl chain link fence around the utility yards. Again, for the rooftop, it's 62 feet to the top of the screening around the rooftop mounted mechanical equipment. For parking, there's 338 off-street parking spaces provided. Access, there's going to be a full access to Mink Street Southwest, including the addition of a northbound right turn lane, a southbound left turn lane, and then a turnaround area inside or outside the gate area on property. There's going to be an emergency only access from Broad Street. That's going to be a 20-foot wide emergency access with a Knox box and gate at 100 feet from the street. Here's a look at the photometric plan that was submitted by the applicant. The blue numbers here are where they registered as 0 light at the surface. The red numbers are where light was measured at the surface based on their lighting plan. There's going to be an 8-foot tall security fence around the perimeter of the data center, and there was no signage included with this submittal. Here's a look at the building renderings of one of the data center structures that was included as part of their application. And this is the opposite faces. So regarding these proposed electrical utilities and natural gas generator, the final layout, equipment, and or infrastructure are currently unknown as they are under design by AEP. The applicant has requested that these items be reviewed and approved administratively after approval of the PM application. Once they become available, possible condition accommodating that request has been included. Planning and Zoning Commission so chooses. So as part of our review, staff would offer the following comments. From the December 5th hearing last year, the Planning and Zoning Commission had some questions they wanted us to look into. The first one being, when was the property rezoned? The oldest post-merger zoning map that was available was in 1998, which shows the property as being zoned plain manufacturing. That's included as Exhibit A. In your staff report there, we're looking at this star right here, which you can see is zoned plain manufacturing. The second question was, what is the North American Industry Classification System, or NAICS code for a data center? That would be NAICS 518210 for data processing, hosting, and related services. The NAICS matrix is attached to your staff report listing under permitted uses, which is signified by a P under the PM column. I know this is difficult to see. The printed one is there. It's available online and also in your staff report, but it's highlighted with 518210 showing as permitted in PDAP. Third question was, when were data centers added to the NAICS code? First appearance of that NAICS number shows up in the United States Census Bureau in 2002. The fourth question was, if data centers were not included in the NAICS and or matrix when the property was rezoned, can they be considered permitted use in the PM zoning district? So the city uses the 2007 edition of the NAICS code. The matrix, the kind of the columns that break everything down between what's permitted, conditional, and not permitted, was adopted in 2008. Fifth question was, provide information on the innovation land use from the comprehensive plan. So the innovation land use area from the comprehensive plan, we've attached that page to your staff report. Of course, we've also included a copy of that up here. The Sixth question, does the West Licking Joint Fire District have training for data center facilities? And do they have any concerns? We reached out to the fire marshal. Their comments are included in your staff report there. Per the fire marshal, they currently serve multiple data centers within their jurisdiction and are well versed in their operations. And the seventh question was, please provide plans for the substation, electrical substation, and gas regulator and gas generator. Staff wasn't able to provide that, but the applicant included the following comment in the response letter and the resubmittal. So the fuel cell electrical utility substation area will be AEP infrastructure and will be designed, owned, and operated by AEP at a later date. The land data center has been working in coordination with AEP to develop the proper land area allocations and equipment parameters in order to properly inform Pataskala. The documentation provided within the application provides size, scale, and equipment specifications as requested by staff and commission members. The future final design of the AEP electrical substation and fuel cell infrastructure will meet the dimensional representations provided within the application. Additionally, AEP will be required to pursue a major utility facility at completion of the final design of the electrical and fuel cell equipment, which will require review by the state and the Ohio Power Siting Board. So specifically for this hearing, staff has completed a full review, which is attached to your staff report. Items addressed that have been addressed since the last hearing are struck through. And remaining or additional comments are listed in red in the attached staff review. Just a few notes from that. So the cross sections show peak mounting at 8 feet, but the grading plan appears to show peak at 10 feet, which is required. We'll just need some clarified cross sections showing the peak going to 10 feet. Added typical width to ADA spaces to show that they conform to the minimum requirements, and then just a few other clarifications and details needed on the interior screening. The stated minimum requirements were met, just need to see where specifically that's being allocated. There were several variances obtained through the Board of Zoning Appeals, which are identified in the attached staff report in italics. And then a little update that came out after the staff reports went out, they did withdraw the remaining variances, stated they are no longer pursuing that. The Public Service Department had the following comments: that the storm basins appear to be appropriately sized, but they will need to be further investigated during the construction plan review phase. And it appears that the applicant has addressed all the other concerns for the Public Service Department from the previous submittal. The city engineer stated that they have no further comments at this time. We did receive a response back from the Licking Regional Water District after the staff reports had gone out. A copy of that is up there on the dais. Per the applicant, the Licking Regional Water District stated that per the applicant, the proposal is for a closed loop cooling system that's charged with deionized water from offsite as opposed to evaporative cooling using public water connections. Based on the current system, the Licking Regional Water District has capacity to service the development up to the proposed 12,000 gallons per day peak demand. The final determination is subject to review and approval of the construction plans, and that we would add public water is required, and water wells would not be permitted. And this is a graph that was included in those comments, kind of showing a line data centers and various other uses as far as gallons per day or gallons per year is shown. The West Licking Joint Fire District, of course, had their comments that are included in your staff report there. Did not receive any other comments from any other departments or agencies. Public comments, we did receive a couple emails from people who say they'd be unable to be here today. So from Mackenzie George, she said they have concerns with the long-term impacts, strain on utilities, environmental concerns, and limited benefit to the community. Is asking the Planning and Zoning Commission to consider pausing the project and increase transparency and engagement. Copies of these comments are all up there on your dais. Colleen Prudence said that they expressed opposition to any data centers in Pataskala, does not believe data centers will fit into the character of the community. And Mr. Dan Hannon stated that they asked the Planning and Zoning Commission to consider pausing the project until comprehensive environmental reviews and utility capacity reviews are done and made public. I believe he's actually here today as well and will be speaking later. Surrounding properties to the north is zoned a mix of general business and M1 light manufacturing. The general business zoning district are some residential homes, and the M1 light manufacturing is an AEP training facility. To the east is zoned general business, which is currently a data technology company, Pataskala 2, and plain manufacturing, which is the AEP laydown yard off Vets Parkway. To the south side is zoned plain manufacturing, which is fire station and the Illuminate USA complex. To the west side is zoned general business, but is currently used for agricultural purposes. So should the Planning and Zoning Commission choose to recommend approval of the applicant's request, the following conditions may be considered. One, that the applicant address all comments from the Planning and Zoning Department and the Public Service Department. And two, pursuant to the applicant's request, the natural gas generator, natural gas regulator, electrical substation, and line substation equipment, sub-areas shall be reviewed and approved administratively. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Jack. Questions for Jack or the city staff from commission members? David?
So part of the application says that AEP is going to be required to pursue major utility facility permits and approvals. Is this area zoned for a major utility facility? I know it's zoned utility, but utility and major utility are different things.
The major utility facility would be through the state. I believe Plain Manufacturing, maybe Scott, can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it does allow for utility infrastructure.
It says utility, but this specifically says major utility facility. So I think that there's a differentiation based off of megawatts probably. But
I would assume so. The Plain Manufacturing District permits natural gas power plants, but ultimately the decision to approve or disapprove the natural gas infrastructure on site would lie with the state siting.
so then the follow-up is, shouldn't that approval come before any approval comes for this project? I mean, if they build this, then it's kind of locked in that the state's kind of, their hands are tied, saying, well, this thing's already sitting there. It needs this utility, major utility facility. What are we going to do? It seems like it's kind of the cart before the horse, that the Ohio Siting Board information and approval should come first before we can really make an informed decision as to how to move forward with whether this should move forward.
I think that would be up to the Planning and Zoning Commission to determine that. I can't speak to how the Power Siting Board operates in terms of if this were approved and if they feel compelled that they have to approve it or not. But all I know is that that infrastructure does not go through zoning, it goes through the state.
That was the only question I have. I have some other comments, but I'll figure it out. Everybody else get some questions out. Maybe they'll address some of my comments.
Thanks. Tim?
Yeah, just tagging one question off of him, and I have another. So the major AEP would not go through our planning and zoning. It would go through the state, you're saying?
That's correct. It's my understanding that with the Power Siting Board, they're not beholden to local zoning. So the final decision would rest on that.
Okay. Jack, just questions around the fire department.
Yeah.
I know that I saw the staff report that they're well versed, is what they said. Is there any required certification or training that the fire department is required? And do they have that training and certification?
I don't have the answer to that. I provided some questions to the fire marshal, and all his response was that we're prepared for it. But essentially what I had up there is what he said. So that's all of the response that I got from fire. So I can't speak to that.
Understood, no problem. Yield.
Okay, thanks. Jerry?
So basically, we have no idea yet of what the AEP generator is going to look like or anything, other than the fact we know where it's going to go, correct?
Well, I understand those sub areas are identified on the plan, and then they kind of have like the size of the infrastructure that would be within that fuel cell area is roughly what that would be, but it would be contained within those sub areas that are on the plan.
There's also the electrical substation area, which is separate
Correct.
from that's the major utility facility from my understanding.
They're saying they can't hear you in the back. I don't know what else we can do.
So there's the generation areas that are attached or for each building. Then there's a separate electrical substation
Right.
that is identified 625 feet by 400 feet, which
Correct.
I was assuming that was the major utility facility generation that goes before the siting board. So that's even separate from the other utility and generator and fuel cells that are part of each building.
I'm not well versed on state infrastructure, like state energy infrastructure permitting. So
I'm just trying to understand that there are separate pieces. The fuel cells are separate and the generators are separate from this electrical substation that's being proposed. They are separate pieces of that same development, proposed development.
from what I understand, AEP is going to design and operate all. So,
But we don't have that design yet, was my question.
correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you
And
very much.
And my
That's all I
feedback
have.
on it was that there is more than one piece.
Understood.
Thank you.
Alex.
They pretty much addressed most of my commentary for y'all. At least I think there's more questions to be had with the applicant per se. Yeah, and I'm gonna wait to have that with them.
Okay.
So,
Thanks. Dan.
Same. I'm ready to hear from the applicant.
Okay, thanks.
Uh,
Frank?
Do you know what percentage of the current property is wetlands?
Percentage wise, no, I believe it's about 1.9 acres out of 89.5 total.
Okay, so it looked a lot bigger on that picture, I think. Okay. And then, yes, I guess all like that substation is like right along the highway or right along Broad Street. That's correct, where they're planning on.
If you set back a
Putting
little
that-
bit, so the parcel, and this is Broad Street here,
Uh-huh.
and then right here, this parcel it's Tech R2.
Oh, okay.
So it'd be behind, their building's like right here.
Okay.
So it'd be back in this area, kind of behind Tech R2's property.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. I couldn't quite tell from that picture of the side picture of the building. Are there any windows or, I mean, there's a little bit of architectural features there, but trying to see what
I believe
that looks like.
might be more of a question for the applicant. I don't believe on the, like
Okay.
what the data center is, there's any windows, but I believe on the office area, there's windows.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask the applicant. And then as far as how much of the total site is occupied by the developer? Right word for that. Look at the, I can see what my notes here said. As far as like the development intensity, it has in there 20 to 30% of the property. You know what that number is?
I did the calculation, but I didn't write it down. The code minimum in the PM district is 80% of the site area. It was less than that, so I didn't mark it down in the staff report.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause I'm looking at what we have for the innovation district, and it recommends 20 to 30%. So just trying to kind of reconcile the two of those together. Let's see here. I think my other questions are for the applicant, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other
I have-
for the staff?
Yeah, one additional. So the NAICS matrix classification, they were added in 2008. And was that the 2008 version? Was that the version that Pataskala adopted as part of the zoning code, or was it the 2007?
So the 2007 was what was put out by the Census Bureau, and then we adopted that matrix that was put together showing in what zoning district, what individual use would be permitted. We adopted that in 2008.
So when we adopted the 2008, does that then do we automatically consider to be adopted any updates to that NAICS, or did that code have to specifically be adopted, a new one by city council in order to be part of the zoning code?
No, the NAICS, when it used the numbers from '07, so when that was adopted in '08, that became an addendum to the zoning code. So then whatever's listed on that in terms of permitted, conditionally permitted, and not permitted, holds valid to this day.
Yeah, we haven't changed it. So
So
right
based,
now we go back and reference what the 2007 version says.
okay, so we are basically
going off of 2007, 2008 NAICS.
That's correct. Those are the numbers that are used for the zoning code.
Okay.
Then I have a follow-up question to that. Has there been any major updates to that code since that window of time?
They've updated the NAICS a few times since then. I think there's probably been about 4 or 5 updates.
The Census Bureau used to do updates.
It goes through and adds
Yeah.
new uses in.
Okay.
The Census Bureau used to update it every 5 years.
Yeah.
And mostly it was additional new uses. That's what we saw before.
Do we know if there have been any changes to uses related to data centers in that time window that we would not have adopted?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, next, and this is our standard procedure. First we do the staff, and then the next we go to the applicant to do a presentation if they wish, and then we'll ask questions of the applicant. So now's their turn. So any representative from the applicant need to step forward and be sworn in. Lisa will swear you in.
I do.
And if you would start with your name.
Yeah, okay. So I put your PowerPoint up, just the left and right arrow keys. Thank you.
Yep. Start with your name and address, please.
Joseph Giannini, at 2800 Summit Avenue in Plano, Texas. So I'll be representing Align for this presentation. Basically what we did, happy to come back here today. What we've done over the last couple of months is work on the site plan and address the comments that we had from staff related to the site plan. We put this presentation together. Obviously, there's some new faces here. We wanted to make sure that everybody understood what we were doing, educate people to us and to what we're doing for the site. So just as a start, my team here is, here for questions. I'm going to try to run through this as quickly as possible so that we have time to discuss the site. You guys can ask questions to not just myself, but also the whole team. So this is everybody from Align here. We also have the MH&T and Connie to help represent us. About Align. So Align is privately owned. We are headquartered in Plano, Texas. We've been a data center developer for about 13 years now. Our mission statement is, building scalable, sustainable data centers. We've been fortunate to have a lot of growth over the last 13 years. As, many of you know, the industry has grown over those years. At this point in time, we have 50 data centers across the United States and Latin America. We are a developer, owner, and operator of all these data centers. So once we come into a community, we don't leave the community. We're here as far as operating our own facilities with our own staff. Okay. As far as being part of the community, something I wanted to throw up here is just that, the last year, this is 2025 alone. This is 19 checks written for different programs within communities, and 22 volunteer, we're staff in local locations have volunteered for different community events. We do try to be part of the community when we come in or come to a location. Something I put this out there because Mike Rose is a personal hero of mine, so he's actually come out and visited one of our sites. So those are pictures of Mike. This is from Dirty Job, but hopefully everybody knows him. But we sponsored Mike Rose Works Foundation, $100,000. Mike came out to one of our sites. He also featured us on his podcast. Basically, the synergy here is just with the jobs for our data centers. They're building operation jobs. It is your HVAC, your electrician, your mechanical that we hire, okay? And within the facility. So it's all our equipment. We do our own maintenance initially. We do call somebody if something gets, needs more addressed, but it is all our own technicians within the building. So these are not like, behind a computer desk job. This is a hands-on job. So it's operations and security is what we hire for a while. So as far as project overview, just getting back to site plan, I know you have all seen this. We have not changed dramatically from last go around. We have implemented what was staff comments. That was continuing the widening of Big Road. That's a turn lane. I think that's probably the largest item, and then undulation to the berm and the landscaping along that berm. That berm is dramatic, and we will show some pictures as far as how large and what that berm looks like. It's 8 to 10 feet tall, and it does wrap the entirety of the property. As you know, we're surrounded by uses of similar nature as far as industrial and general business, and then the plant manufacturing zone. So AEP is directly adjacent to us, and we have strategically located anything energy infrastructure related right next to AEP's laydown yard. So they have all their equipment already out there already. That you would see on our side, or it would just look like a continuation of their side. I think we can get back to some of these items as far as we'll have some different viewpoints. So remembering some of these items as we come up to it, where they're located. This is the front of house of the building. All our buildings front office will be facing Mink Road, and that was done intentionally so that really when you're looking at the property, we're all front facing. It's our best face of the building. Our front facade is facing the roadway. It's a couple photos. Here's another front entry. And then this would be at the corner of Broad and Mink. So we had a consultant do a rendering of the berm. This is the actual elevations of Broad and Mink and the elevations of the berm. We also provided him the landscape plan. He tried to put as much landscaping as there is on the landscape plan onto this photo and was unable to because of the amount of trees and other landscaping items that are on the top of that berm. So this is 8 to 10 feet. And then this viewpoint is from your passenger height. Your typical passenger height is 3.5 feet tall. So that would be your viewpoint from Broadway. This is an overview of the campus. So this is your aerial view. You can see that front facade of the building is facing out. So we do have our generators. They are all hidden. There is a truck wall that continues past that front office, and that's done intentionally to continue to screen those generators. In the rear of the property back there, you do see those bloom cells. They're very small compared to the building. They will not be seen from any view lines. You also have that substation equipment shown. It's kind of white on white because it's right next to that AEP laydown yard. And then red chip is to the south. So on the far right, you can see the red chip buildings, and those are in similar heights to us. But that berm does, it's very dramatic as far as wrapping the property, providing screening. We are the only, as far as I know, I went and looked Google Earth and ran around all the different developments within this planned manufacturing innovation district. And we would be the only one with a berm surrounding the property. So, and actually, sorry, I'll continue. So as far as what those bloom fuel cells look like, they look like refrigerators on a platform. They're about 8 feet tall. We've self-restricted. This goes to the commissioner, David, your questions as far as how that process goes. So we've self-restricted as far as here's what we're doing on the property and represented to Pataskala. Typically AEP, doesn't matter what the zoning is of a property, they can put energy infrastructure wherever they want. Doesn't matter zoning. They have their own rights associated with the state because they are a utility company, right? Because this is AEP infrastructure, it could be residentially zoned and they could still come in and put stuff down. So we're self-restricted, is what we've done. So these are the units, just so you guys can get a view of them. These are fuel cells that are non-combustible, quiet, and no, I think the byproduct is water, or the byproduct is water. Just some environmental specifications, just because, we commonly get questions related to this. Water, staff brought up this slide. So this is from the mayor of Northlake. He testified to this. He brought up different, this is where we operate fully leased and operated 2 buildings in Northlake, 2 data centers in Northlake. So he took our water usage and compared it to other businesses within Northlake. So local laundromat, we're dramatically less than, as well as other data centers and local car wash. The reason for this is it's a closed loop system. We do not operate, we're sustainable compared to other data centers. We're closed loop is in the water that we use to fill up the system stays within the system. It's a heat transfer rather than evaporation. So other data centers, they do have an evaporation cooling method. We don't utilize that. We're heat transfer. Closed loop system. Our water losses in a year, I think, are less than 100 gallons. And we don't take we don't take from city water to fill up that loop. But once that loop is closed, there's no transfer of water in and out of that. It's distilled water. Our typical water usage is really just on your toilets and your sinks for the office, the front office. This is another chart that just shows as far as a 90-acre property, which we're 89.4 acres. We expect on a peak day to be 12,000 gallons per day. So the peak is in your hottest day of the year or whatever. Our peak water demand would be 12,000. If you're looking at a comparison of 90 acres for residential use, a 1 acre lot, or like having a 1 acre lot for residential, so your typical home, 90 acres or 90 houses, you get 36,000 gallons per day for a peak water use. If you went to manufacturing who actually had processed water, it'd be significantly higher demand as far as their peak water use. So that's just a little comparison as far as, we are not a high water user by any means. As far as sound, our typical sound levels fall within 55 to 65. Our normal operations, we did do a noise study for this, and we will have that as far as, down, it's something for down the road as we go through building permit, but we're below 60 decibels for our normal operation. Lighting, I think you guys, our staff had already commented on this. Everything in blue is 0-foot candles. That means no light is shed off the property. So that is the requirement of Pataskala, is that everything is downcast and shielded. So it is a light fixture with shields around it, so it just goes directly down and doesn't spray off to the sides. We do not have any lighting that will cross property lines besides the front entrance. We also did a rendering of that just to get a look at what the campus is at night. And that's it. Here's it's a quick view of the security center. That's about it. So what we ask of you tonight is, to look at this as a site plan and what we've done to address comments on the site plan. Here to answer questions and concerns that anyone may have. And we're excited to be a member of the task force. So I have my team here to answer questions from commissioners if you have them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with a couple of them that kind of maybe technical, I don't know, but what are the design parameters for the generation, the Bloom energy cells, and how much of that, how much of the electricity that your data centers would use is generated there? In other words, are you pulling from the grid?
We are, so we're doing both. So we will be pulling from the grid, and then we're also utilizing the Bloom fuel cells. So as far as how much energy from fuel cells, that would be about 50 to 80 megawatts.
Okay, I guess I was looking more for percentage that you're using from the grid versus the the site generation.
In total, I'd say 70, 30, 70 coming from grid, 30% coming from fuel cells at full build out of campus.
Right.
So it does take some time to ramp up all as far as a campus this size.
Okay.
So.
And then another question about the heat dissipation with the closed loop system. Where does the heat eventually go? I mean, it has to go somewhere, right?
Yeah, so I could have one of my team members. Yeah, do you want to answer that?
So you need to swear affirm the testimony about the truth, both of them, nothing but the truth, so you got it. Thank you.
Do I need to swear everybody?
You
My
may
address?
get address.
Yeah. Cameron Lassiter, 2800 Summit Avenue, Plano, Texas. Thank you. Yeah, so to answer your question about the heat rejection, so what happens inside the building, we have basically our fan units, or fan coil units, they basically suck the heat out of the servers, right? And then that closed loop that Joe mentioned, the closed loop circulates to the chillers up on the roof, right? So it's like a heat transfer that takes the energy from the data hall, sucks the energy up, and then the chillers basically reject that heat up, straight up into the atmosphere.
Okay.
So
That's what I was curious.
Wouldn't be able to, there wouldn't be any noticeable climate difference, right, at the property line. Right? So that heat dissipation isn't noticeable, much beyond the building.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had for now. Tim?
Yeah, a couple of questions for you. The generators, do they have any self on-site fire suppression for them? Is there a need for that?
Yes, so they actually do have fire suppression within the enclosure for each generator.
Okay, good.
So it's a sprinkler system. Yeah, it's a sprinkler system.
I remember, and if I'm in error, correct me, but at the last proposal you had stated, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but the generator cells or the generators were solely a backup only.
Correct.
Has that been changed? I believe you just said that they were 30% now. I'm just,
The fuel cell, so that's the fuel cell, that was the refrigerator, liquid box.
Gotcha.
AEP infrastructure,
okay,
the rear of the property. Generators are a backup generator, so that is, if, for whatever reason, so the building needs to operate because data can't go down. So it's a flip-on system. Typical operations are off. We run testing monthly, turn it on for 1 minute or 2 minutes, and then that's it.
okay. Lastly, obviously you got crowd behind you. I'm sure you're going to have different opinions about, frankly, whether you should be here or not. I would love to hear from you, and I asked this the last time. I don't know that I got a full answer. What is the benefit to Pataskala as a resident? All of us here in the room are, us as commissioners we're residents here. How does this make our life better?
I mean, it's needed infrastructure. It's your schools, your hospitals, your government, and then all of us personally, we all utilize this, whether we know it or realize it or don't. It's something that we all utilize. So there is a need for it and there is a demand for it. Beyond that, it's, we do pay taxes and we do,
Sure.
hire locally if we, so that's part of something, actually, I should have stated it during that community. So it's something that we're big on is STEM, with with like high schools, just to get people to understand like what type of jobs are at a data center, because it's, it's a new use. So people don't quite understand. So we sponsor a lot of STEM activities. And then also, yeah. So that would be it.
Okay. Two questions left and I'll yield my time. One is correct that this purchase was made into 2023, October 2023. Was there a contingency plan if it was not approved, since the property was already purchased by your company?
That would be above my.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Yeah.
It's a quite substantial purchase. The last question I have is, was there thought in selecting this site? Was there thought in a land location or a plot of land not as close to the residential areas? You've got Licking Heights High School, you've got the offices over there, and when I say close, just even within a quarter of a mile, was there thought put into, somewhere outside of the city a little further?
So it is zoned correctly, and it is directly adjacent to AEP. And it is adjacent to, electrical infrastructure as well. So from our perspective, zone property and what it's adjacent to it, it's a great location.
Okay. I'm good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jerry?
First of all, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. How long before you would start after if something got approved down the road through city council?
The goal would be to start construction this spring, summer. So it would be this year as far as groundbreaking and starting. This would be for one building.
Okay. How long before AEP gets their specs and everything completed on the generator?
So they've provided some initial information on that fuel cell. So we do have a layout. We do have, it's more on us taking the next step and contracting on that before we can, or before like final specifications can come. But as far as design, like that is what it will look like for initially. Yeah.
Supposedly.
Yeah. Yeah.
With your 50 data centers, where's the closest one you have to this area?
Sandusky,
Sandusky.
Sandusky, and then Conesville. We have ongoing construction going on.
Are there any competitor data centers that might be close to us and that it would, rival with or look like? There's a lot going on off of Morris Road there, and
Typically, you want to co-locate, and Christopher can actually probably speak to that more, but it's a little off-site plan, but it is something data centers like to be adjacent or have an adjacency. So
how many people will be employed on this facility?
full campus, there will be, thousands of construction jobs. This is, long-term build out.
After the construction, how many will
Yeah,
be?
and those are temporary jobs. There'll be vendors that work with us throughout the life, our operations. As far as aligned employees, it's estimated 100 plus for the full campus, and that's like full operations of all buildings.
Per day then, basically?
Total.
Total. Okay. I noticed with your pictures, you showed both of the main arteries with mink, but I didn't see the look of what it would look like on the east side where you're going down Red Brick Road and all that.
On the east side, Red Brick Road.
Because you'll be coming down if you're leaving Pataskala or heading towards what's that going to look like?
Is that east of?
You have the road frontage covered, but I didn't see anything about what it looks like behind it. The reason I ask this is because if you go down Morris Road, you'll see they did a really nice job on their side, but the side that's towards the Pataskala side is like a prison area.
I'd have to know where that road is. So to me, there's just a substantial amount of land between our parcel anybody to the east. So because it's
But you said you were right there with the AEP, right?
AEP's parcels rather large.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Um, yeah, no, we didn't take a look at that. I thought just like frontage would be what is most commonly seen. In as far as like,
That's what they thought in New Albany too, but they forgot about Pataskala.
I think it would be an improvement to what the what's the AP lot, like what we put out there. So
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I have right now, sir.
Okay, thank you.
and we can work. I mean, as far as screening on each side, if there's a need, but I continuation of the AP parcel was kind of the thought process there. But if there's landscape or something like that's not an issue.
Thank you.
So I have a couple of things. I'll start with the water situation here because I work in data, and you say that you worked with a mayor in North Lake, Illinois. I don't know this mayor. I've never met this mayor. You've given me no evidence to back up these numbers. Like, understand that, like, from my perspective, looking at this makes you look really, really good, and everybody else look really, really, really bad. A cursory glance at this for the local car wash, just a quick Google search, and I can see that this number is way overinflated. Now, obviously, that varies based upon the type of car wash, but again, that's not indicated here. And so I have some real concerns about these numbers and what they actually are at the core. So do you have any of that information that we can use?
I could get it. So that was the information that the mayor of North Lake brought to us. So he brought like utility bills for different users within North Lake and showed that to us. So that was 10 months. Yes, it depends on the size of the car wash and all that.
I mean, there's a huge difference between like an automatic car wash and a self-serve car wash and the recirculating systems. And like, I mean, that's what I mean. So like, it's like, this means nothing to me essentially, other than the fact that you're saying that you're really, really low.
Understood. And what we've done, so we provided to liking water, like what our peak demand would be to make sure that we could be served by them, right? So we provided that peak demand. I've copied the Pataskala staff on an email that showed that peak demand. So like, we're representing that as peak demand for our facilities.
And I guess my question to you is, how do we verify that number as what the peak demand? Because like, obviously you can say that, yes.
Sorry, I'm just whispering.
Yeah, it's fine. I was just saying that, like, obviously you can say that, but like, how do we validate that that is the case and that is true? Like, we don't have anything to show. I mean, anybody could walk up here and just say a number for that matter. I know that y'all are trying to get this approved, obviously, again. So like, I need evidence to say like, hey, our other data centers, here's a data center, here's a person you can contact to find out that kind of information. Like, I want actual numbers and evidence to show the values, right?
A couple of things there. We know for a fact that our number is accurate, right? Because that came from our own metrics. The second thing is we can absolutely have that mayor send us the receipts, right? And provide that to you guys. And we can, if the whole slide was to give you guys frame of reference so that you could understand, like the question was a big question last time you were here. So
yeah,
we wanted to make sure to address it accurately. So whatever means that, we're happy with that.
Okay. And then the other part relates to obviously the AEP power structures. So in reading the commentary back to us saying essentially that it is owned by AEP, correct?
Yes.
So are y'all subsidizing that ownership, or is that fully expected to be put back on the AEP to build that, pay for that, own that, and run that?
We pay for all the infrastructure.
Okay, so y'all are paying for all of the construction portion of this.
Correct. And
Fully.
and utility.
Okay.
So,
And then what about after it's constructed? Because in a cursory glance, the Bloom energy system that y'all have put in here,
Mhm.
I also have another problem with that, and the fact that y'all say it doesn't produce any byproducts. It does produce byproducts. And about 5 years, canisters have to be replaced. There's currently a lawsuit going on, or there was a lawsuit going on, related to the Bloom energy servers and the fact that they were improperly disposing of the canisters, which is where all of the toxic materials actually at. Because yes, it doesn't produce any aerosol chemicals,
Mhm.
right? There's no air waste, but there is 100% solid waste inside the actual container.
at disposal.
Yeah, and so obviously I'm quite concerned by the fact that y'all have not represented that to us and indicating this is fully contained, fully safe. There's nothing that could potentially go wrong there. Like y'all basically said that it's a magical unicorn system that everybody should use because it doesn't produce anything. Like I'm not trying to be, I'm trying not to be rude about it, but like that's what it sounds like when y'all talk about it.
Sure.
And that I have a problem with that because that's lying by omission to me. Right?
Yeah, I guess I wasn't aware of that. I have Tim here who's actually more immersed in these fuel cells. You can answer any questions related to it.
Okay, excellent.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about the case is true, false, or
As far as my understanding, I the byproduct being water and like no NOx, like that's not viewpoint. So it wasn't.
Well, and that's how they represented in this, like this little paper here, that's what that represents.
Yeah.
But it doesn't ever talk about the
Yeah.
canister byproduct once you have to do the replacements on those, which roughly 3.5 to 5 years per my quick research.
Tim Stevenson, 2800 Summit Avenue, Plano, Texas.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you had some questions I can answer.
Yeah, so first off, around this, like what is the byproduct of that, the physical waste?
There are anodes in the fuel cells,
Mhm.
and every 3.5 to 5 years, they have to replace those anodes. Bloom Cell takes those back to the factory, refurbishes them, and then brings them back as a refurbished anode.
Okay. So that my next question is, what is because obviously there is a waste stream for that because there's byproduct because they talk about it in here where there is stuff disposed of with these specific servers.
There's water and chemicals disposed of, and they take care of that as part of their regular maintenance.
And that's done at their site somewhere else, essentially.
The disposal
Yeah.
would be done, if it's a chemical, like wherever the local chemical disposal facilities would be. They won't take that because the anodes, what happens is the natural gas goes into water
Mhm.
and it goes through the anodes and it strips out the oxygen and the hydrogen and combines it to make water and electricity. They take those anodes out and they take that water out of the anode and they have to dispose of that water, but that water is just clean water. There's no anodes in it. There's no chemicals in the water. It's just clean H2O. And then they have to take the anodes out and they take those back to their factory and refurbish those.
So then there is no situation, case, and scenario where that would end up in a general waste stream. That would potentially end up in a lawsuit.
I couldn't answer that without talking to
I understand.
Bloom specifically. I couldn't answer about what they do with those anodes and how they refurbish those anodes and how they do all that.
Understand. The second part of that in that conversation is who's paying for the maintenance and repair and re-upping of these every 3 to 5 years? I think that might go to you instead of you. I don't know.
AEP is, when we do this with AEP, we're gonna be doing it via a PPA process.
Okay.
So it'd be just like if we took power off the grid. So they're gonna come in and as part of the PPA process, we'll pay them over a total period of whatever our term is for the PPA. And we pay a fee for every megawatt that they have the capacity to generate. So as that goes, the CapEx, which you were asking about earlier, the capital expenditure is part of that PPA process and payment. So we will pay for the building of the plant, but as part of our PPA payment process over the 15 or 20-year term that we have with AEP.
So then essentially, because obviously contractors are paid up front, they're not, or paid after work is done,
AEP is paying that up front.
and then you're paying for it
Then
in the
we're paying
long
for
term,
it as a
basically. bill.
long-term payment, sort of as a capital and O&M expense. And we cover the O&M for AEP, but AEP pays that O&M expense. All the operations and maintenance is paid for by AEP. So
Understand.
we're gonna be connected to the grid with this. So for the first building, 80 megawatts is gonna come from the Bloom fuel cells, 25 megawatts is gonna come from the grid. We will be base loading the AEP Bloom fuel cells, and then the grid will act as our fluctuation for the loads as we go up and down. So that will be part of how we pay for this. And it's gonna be a PPA process that we pay it by, but we pay a capacity charge to AEP.
Okay. And then the natural gas would be paid for by AEP, and y'all
By
would be
AEP.
billed based
Yes, sir.
on the electrical
That'll
production.
be part of our O&M expenses as part of the PPA.
Okay.
They pay for the natural gas.
All right. Let me think here.
We eventually pay for it because we're paying as a PPA, but AEP pays the natural gas.
Right, but if we think about this in the context of a house, right? I get a mortgage on a house that I'm having built, right? The bank pays for the house. I pay the bank back. The money still came from the bank.
Our
Right?
mortgage is with AEP, so.
Well, I know that, that's what I'm saying though, is like, that means somebody has to pay for it in the beginning.
Yep.
I guess
And
that's kind of,
AEP.
that's what I'm saying. Right, which AEP is not a empty, hole of money. It's going to be ultimately the people in this room whose electricity is going to go up in the immediacy future to cover the cost of the construction immediately for the subsidized eventual payout over 20 years, right? So that's the reality of it. Like, you can't get around that. That's a house mortgage, right? The bank pays for it. It's subsidized by the bank. I pay the bank back. I may pay back with interest. But at the beginning, somebody has to pay for it. And that's where I was getting at with that. So ultimately, no matter how you cut it, no matter where you put it, that is the inevitable reality of it.
Well, AEP will not be putting that into the rate base because we're the only ones taking the payment for the payment.
Please.
Yep.
Please,
Please,
everybody, please.
Thank you.
Nobody can hear what he's saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, so like, I guess that's kind of my point though, is that they don't just have that money sitting out there, right? So you say it's not gonna go back to the rate base. It will eventually go back to the rate base because they don't just have that liquid cash sitting out there in a bank account somewhere. That's the reason why electricity continues to rise as infrastructure continues to get built. This is a reality of our life today, right? I mean, you can argue that all you want. That is the reality. That's yeah. So who would be the person who would be the individual responsible for the cost of the replacement of those canisters and cells and anodes? That would be AEP as
That's
well.
AEP also.
I guess did AEP say they wanted these here? Or was that y'all that dictated this to be put in for this particular project? For the Bloom Energy stuff?
AEP came to us with the option of Bloom.
Okay, so they came to y'all with the option of Bloom. Y'all selected Bloom as part of the
They
infrastructure
came to us,
process.
we had multiple selections out there. We were looking at multiple different technologies.
Mhm.
AEP came to us with the option of Bloom fuel cells as a technology that we can use.
Understood. Okay. That's what one of the questions I really legitimately had, because like I didn't know who was getting to make the decisions there. If y'all were telling them that y'all wanted these, or if they were saying, no, we're going to put this in because this is what we do for data centers. So
They
I
came
understand.
to us with the options when we were evaluating technologies. We chose to go with them for the pricing and the way that it was done and the environmental cleanliness of the Bloom cells versus the emissions of the other technologies.
okay. And then the last issue I have with the electrical aspect of this is it talks about having this all approved administratively after the fact of the approval of the base structures, right? But as y'all have stated before, at the end of the day is his AEP infrastructure. So as soon as we approve this, it actually doesn't matter what we say administratively. We could say, no, we don't want that. And AEP can say, don't care, that happens. Is that the case?
I don't know the
Yeah,
legalities of the state approval board that would go through. I've never dealt with the Ohio Public Siting Board for power.
Yes, sir. You said you might be able to explain it?
So what we've tried to do here is just the setup of this is, AEP does not have, our local zoning ordinances do not have authority over AEP. This is AEP infrastructure. So AEP does not have to come to Pataskala for approval of their infrastructure. What we've done is we've preemptively come forward and we're self-restricted ourselves to what we can do on the site. It's layout, height, what product, okay, is being utilized there. We've worked with AEP to come up with that, okay? As far as when they come in and do a design, we're still, end customer related to this design. We're still signing or executing the agreement with AEP. This isn't, there's not a complete switch in AEP's design to what's being provided on this side.
Yeah.
It is the same thing.
Right. So in essence, but again, I go back to this. If we get to that point where administratively they said, we don't want this particular design for this particular utility aspect of this, right? So like, we're talking three different pieces. As I said, there's a substation, there's the Bloom Energy aspect, which you've explained the Bloom Energy, that makes sense. That's logical. We've seen that. Substation, it's a substation. There's not a whole lot they can do in a substation that would be different from any other substation. There's a major utility structure that has to be built. That structure right there, we have no idea. It's like walking in blind to that. And if, and I'm saying if, obviously not when, but if if like y'all came to us and said, hey, this is what they're planning to do, and we said, well, we don't want to do that, and they said, or y'all said, we don't want, that's fine, but we're going to do it anyway. Would we have any ability
The
to
major
structure that?
utility structure is the Bloom fuel cell. Because it is over 50 megawatts, that's what puts it into the Ohio Power Siting Board. That is the major utility, is the Bloom fuel cell.
So the other two spaces besides that are both substations.
The gas yard services the Bloom cell.
Okay.
And it's going to provide gas to the Bloom cell.
Okay.
That is not a major utility structure. The substation is not a major utility structure. The major utility structure is the Bloom generating station.
Okay.
Because it is over 50 megawatts. That's what makes it a major utility structure.
All right.
There is no other structures that have to be presented later to the commission.
Right. That's kind of what I mean is like, because it talks about administratively approving stuff like that. That's really not a thing because it's not really, once it gets approved, it's just going to go through.
We're trying to keep you guys involved in the process all the way through. So it's full transparency all the way through. If there is something or it's a red flag, this looks completely different from what we showed you here tonight, then it's like, hey, Pataskala has a hand up and we've got an issue here. That's what we were trying to provide to the city of Pataskala. Because, it's AEP infrastructure and at the end of the day. So, and they're under a different process. We're trying to involve you guys in that process at this point in time to give you guys the view of that. So it's really, we've tried to be as transparent as possible, and hopefully that helps as far as Tim's explanation. Those refrigerator units, that's the major utility, or major generation, is because of the 50 megawatt threshold.
Okay. Also, do you have any kind of, I guess, written out design on the types of fire suppression systems that y'all will have in these facilities as well?
Yeah. So as far as building, I know we use an early smoke detection system. I think I had represented this last time I was here. Oh, Cam can probably speak to it better. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. You can speak to it better.
So
every building has, like, we usually issue the design as a delegated design, meaning a third-party engineer will come in and basically say, hey, look, this is what we need. Usually when we issue a set of plans to the building department, that's what it comes to you as, is like a delegated design. So it will explain the spaces within the building that are pre-action, that are wet, is there a fire pump that's necessary, where the valving rooms are in the building, et cetera. So, but as to detection, like Joe was mentioning, we have usually VESDA throughout the building, which is anti-smoke. But I mean, it's like as robust of a system of fire alarm, fire protection as you could probably get in any building, like, for that matter.
Okay, because I know when you're dealing with fires of that nature, and specifically with the additional pieces such as the like energy systems outside of that directly, the gas lines, the other structures that are around this space, if it got substantially hot in a fire that was not put out quickly, right? That's what I'm concerned about, because then all of a sudden it goes from being a contained fire that, okay, we got that out, not a big deal, to the whole structure's on fire, and now there's a lot of problems for everybody within a large radius, right? Because of chemicals and things like that that would be produced from the burning of those servers. And so I just want to make sure that that was there in place, that y'all aren't just putting in like regular sprinkler systems that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think we kind of touched on this even last time we were here. Some more questions were asked, and yeah, I mean, as to some of the equipment, right, that has some fire risk, I mean, we're going to comply with every single line of fire protection code that you guys have. I don't think there's anything that we have that you can call not complex.
Yeah,
it kind of comes with the building type.
It's a significant enough dollar value as far as the equipment inside the building that we're very cognizant of our own liabilities related to natural disasters or fire. So we're very conscious of this.
and the one last question I have, y'all mentioned the number of construction workers and things like this for the construction of the facility. Generally speaking, when y'all do construction of a data center, do y'all use local construction companies, or do y'all bring outside? Like I know, for example, with the pipeline that came through with Meta, a majority of the people that were working on that pipeline, they were from the state of Texas or Oklahoma. And I know the people that travel back and forth and do this for a job. And so my question to you is, do y'all hire locally to do the construction, or do y'all have connections to vendors that y'all then bring in when y'all do the construction?
I can tell you. As far as general construction, somebody local. As far as every vendor, I'd say it would be local. I can't speak to the general contractor if they have a relationship with a certain vendor and brought in from out of state. But beyond that, I think it's it makes most sense local labor. We're looking for it as far as electricians and mechanical. I know it's in such high demand, so that would be my difficulty to say it's 100%, but you're 100%. So
That's what I would add too. Is like we to the greatest extent possible, right? Sometimes there's labor shortage.
Obviously, yeah.
A skilled trade that we would need on site. Yeah.
Naturally. All right, I think that's largely it. Thank you all so much for the time there.
Thank you. Ann?
Yes, thank you. Hello. All right, I would like to ask you about the wetlands. So there are 3 wetlands supposedly on this property. Have you investigated any of that? Have you put in any applications, permit requests?
Yeah, so it's 1.3 acres on a 90-acre property. They're farmed wetlands and low quality. So, and it's not me saying that, that's the wetland consultant saying that. So they have submitted to the Ohio EPA as far as mitigation of those wetland areas. And that is in process right now. So there's not a final determination from Ohio EPA on wetland mitigation, but we would be paying into, and we've already purchased credits in advance, into a wetland mitigation bank. And that is basically you're purchasing or you're establishing wetlands at an off-site location within the same watershed as the wetlands on site.
Do you know what type of study you requested, impact study you requested?
Impact study?
Well, yes, what type of environmental impact studies have you applied for?
I have, Matt, do you want to? So Matt's from EMHT. Matt's a civil engineer, but the wetland consultant is a colleague and also at EMHT. So,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Matt Stipula, 5500 New Albany Road, Columbus, Ohio. So as a part of the due diligence of the property and the wetland study, so we did a wetland delineation, which was submitted to the Army Corps. And basically they have to approve that delineation for us to move forward with the permitting of those. And that determined they were isolated wetland. As Joe mentioned, the low quality, but then through the permitting process, there's mitigation that's required. They basically have standards based upon the quality of the wetland for ratios that you're required to offset.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you submitted those and the delineation report. I would like to see the reports before we approve anything, of course. But in my research, I saw that in 2007, there was a salamander species in the wetland, in one of the wetlands at least. And those are a protected species. There's also a salamander area in Etna. Well, it actually crosses over Pataskala Etna lines currently. And those are also protected. So I'm curious as to what we'll find out about that. That being said, salamanders in an area mean our water quality is very good because they can only survive in very good water quality. Otherwise, they die. And there are very few of them in the state of Ohio, from my understanding. So this is very, very important to us. Also concerning stormwater, we have a stormwater problem on Mink Street, and we have a mega storm drain problem going down Mink Street. Heading south, our water heads south, and the people in Etna in particular they're getting drained. They're getting the drainage. And so we would hope to see studies done on that to make sure that that area would be protected from any stormwater runoff from this facility if you manage to pass the EPA regulations. The other question I have for you regarding worst case scenario with this facility, obviously this property would need to be protected at all costs from getting hot. And so I think most people here realize how important it is that we have protection from worst case scenario, which would be catastrophic fire, explosion, whatever, all kinds of nasty things happening. And it's so close to our city, the residents, that it's concerning. So we realize that the electrical grid in Ohio is under great demand. In fact, I looked up some things. AEP has actually reported receiving 30 gigawatts of service requests from data centers in the region, creating significant strain on the electrical grid. To get an idea of how much that is, there's 1.3 megawatts is a small city. So that's probably Pataskala, 1.3 megawatts. The Amazon data center in Plain City requires about 100 to 250 megawatts. So that's about 100 to 250 small cities of power. And now they're saying that they've gotten requests for 30,000 gigawatts. So that's, I mean, the numbers are astronomical. And I'm concerned about the strain on, and I know AEP has their plan, you have their plan, we all have a plan. But if that goes down and there's not enough power, the first people that are going to get shut off are the residents. And then you guys, we're going to protect that because we don't want to, I mean, I know the chances are.
Yeah, so we're on two different power streams, so there's distribution and transmission power, data centers in general, all right? The demand, so what you agreed is like 30,000 gigawatts. So that's like, it's how many people have filed applications for, all right? So filing an application doesn't mean it comes to reality. AP, and most of the electrical providers are starting to, they are demanding bigger checks up front, so we're paying for that infrastructure up front. And it's weeds out, someone that just owns a property and says, I need a gigawatt at my property, right? So in our perspective, historically, and if you do look at data, and we can provide some of this to Pataskala, it's usually, or it is, with more ratepayers, you do see reductions in rate. There's other factors related to pricing. We come in, we pay, utility rates the same as everybody else. We provide upfront money associated with our connections. I know we were talking about the fuel cell, Alexander had brought it up, but that's still something that, is credited to what AP has available to them, right? Because it's a contract. And so there's a significant amount of research into that subject. And I mean, you're talking about, you've taken from 2000 to 2026, we used to be 50% coal and now we're 12% coal. And we brought in renewables and there's aged infrastructure. There's a war in Russia and Ukraine. There's so many factors into energy prices. Yes, constraint as far as the overall growth of energy demand is there, but like it's a little bit different than price, for sure. So there's more factors to that.
Well, I understand price, but I wasn't talking about price. I'm talking about supply and demand.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and that's fine. I appreciate your response. Regarding fire runs, the Amazon data center in Plain City, which is the one that's kind of, they're an actual data center. They hold data. They're not AI. So during construction, they had 2 deaths. Since 2021, they've had 84 emergency calls. They have access issues. There's a 1-hour delay from the time they show up to getting into the facility to actually look at the problem. And one of those, there was it was contained. By the time they got to it, it had contained and burnt out. By the time they got there, the employees were evacuated in time so that they weren't getting the poison.
So Align has a very clean safety record. It is something that we do take very seriously for everybody on our job sites. We're not, I can't speak to another company as far as what they have. But Align has a very safe job site. Something that we're very diligent.
Well, I'd like to know that the response time for any kind of fire or rescue would be immediate and that they wouldn't have, at the Amazon Center, they have to go through like 4 doors in order to get into the building just for security.
So directly to the south of us is Liking Fire. So it's a neighboring property, is the fire department.
Mhm.
As far as the security checkpoints, I don't know that exact situation. I know sometimes Amazon might have like, secure government data, so there might have been reasoning for that certain situation, but I can't speak to that.
Do you know what your security checkpoints would be?
Sure.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I would like to add a couple of responses to that. So, almost in every jurisdiction that we build a data center in, we have to coordinate tightly with the fire marshal, right? The fire department in general. So, their response times are mostly depending on them. And I just wanted to kind of, I guess, look back to what we were, what we heard earlier about the letter from the fire department here saying that they felt like they had adequately, covered services.
And that's fine. They can show up and be there right on time. They're right next door.
Right.
But from showing
So
up
just to-
on site to
yeah.
getting into the building,
So to
how many
describe that,
checkpoints?
So we have, obviously it's a data center, security of our data, and we do house data. It's not just AI. We have very small customers that take up like, a row of server racks to an entire building, right? So we have a variety of customers just to
Sure.
to kind of point out, but our security is layered, right? So at every layer, there's a bypass, right, for the fire department, right? They have Knox boxes, just like any other commercial building. We have Knox boxes on our building.
Right?
So-
Yes, that's the initial one.
Correct.
Yeah, we have Knox box on the gate.
And then as they get in the building, there's a fire alarm control panel, right? So the fire marshal dictates almost every.
Chris is the volunteer firefighter.
Grab him as well here. There we go.
Yeah.
Do you
This is
swear
gonna
affirm the testimony?
back me up, but just wanted to assure you guys that at every layer of security, there's a way to get
Excuse me,
into.
Cameron, I'm gonna.
He's-
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you swear affirm testimony about the truth, the whole truth, present to be the truth, so you that. Swear to state your name and address.
Christopher Coughlin, our corporate address, 2800 Summit Avenue, Phoenix, Texas, area. You want me to state my name?
Go ahead. I think you're.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I'm actually on my volunteer fire department at my home, and I'm an EMT, and so I speak to some of these things. But I was in operations meeting recently to talk about this very thing, how do we get the fire departments in our Chicago offices. Chief of police came there, and again, to those layers of entrance. When an alarm goes off in the building, we have full-time security staff that immediately address the problem, and they all have two-way radios, and they go through a dispatch at the front. An employee of a line security meets the fire department at the knock box at the center, and they will escort them to the area of interest. With regards to fire department responses, nationwide, over 80% of those responses are EMT responses, medical responses for either an injury or medical event, something of that nature. I would venture to say that in the numbers you gave, like the ADs, calls and something like that, would fall into the same category as the mission standards for responses. So with regards to fire, as you can imagine, it's been stated here tonight, most of our customers are self-insured. We're talking about billions of dollars worth of equipment. We've gone to the design standards that are far beyond that, which is in the international fire code and things like that. And everything is contained. So again, when the fire does break out, these buildings are made of concrete and steel, and so that it's we compartmentalize any fires, whether it's in a generator room. Generators have their own fire suppression system. They're in a contained system. But I would venture to say most of the calls, and it's very unfortunate you mentioned the deaths. That's a very sad occurrence. When you have thousands of people doing construction, and those are some of the most dangerous jobs that we have in this country, the trade jobs. And it is unfortunate when that happens with greater construction. That is an unfortunate occurrence.
Right. The response time was 1 hour for one of the people that fell and died. If there was a chance of survival, it was lost because it took 1 hour to get to the patient because of security measures. What's more important? What's more important? That person could potentially still be alive today. So I really think that this needs to be considered.
And on our website, you can see where we did an emergency response training with the North Lake Fire Department. Exactly that, with an extra patient from the roof. They did the whole scenario, which most fire departments will do. They have a mock scenario, getting a patient off the roof and down off into the ambulance, into the hospital. They took him all the way to the hospital, the mock patient all the way to the hospital. And that is something that we would be absolutely 100% supporting, and I would personally guarantee that we would do any training of that nature prior to the site being fully constructed with the fire department to make sure that the fire department's.
I mean, if you can't trust the fire department to come, if you can't trust the fire department to come in through a locked door, then who can you trust? We need faster response times.
I agree. I mean, in all scenarios, you make a valid point, and like I said, we have contingencies in place, and I just went through an operations meeting to see that. I saw, personally saw the way in which we get the fire department in as quickly as possible. That's why we have 24/7 security in the site, so that they would be able to take the fire department to exactly the place they need to be to help the patient.
Hey, Ann.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like an answer to your question that you asked him. At its peak, what she asked, what is the most, or the count-wise, security checks that a fireman is going to have to go through, even if it's with one of your security personnel?
It depends on where the incident is. I mean, it's kind of.
At its peak, what could it be? What is the most?
Worst case scenario.
I think we have, I mean, what, like, conceptually would be considered like 5 layers of security, like that's, and obviously, yeah, like there's varying degrees of what makes up that physical security circumstance, I guess you could say.
Is that what you were looking for?
I guess you can't answer the question. I don't know. I mean, if you have a 5-layer process, if your worst case scenario is 5 layers of security, how long would it take for a firefighter or an EMT to get in to respond through that 5 layers? Is it going to take 25 minutes per layer? What is it going to take? Because it took an hour for this EMT to get through to try to help that person that fell from a structure.
They would just need an escort, so it's all key card badge. So it just needs to have somebody escort to get into a locked location.
So it's swipe a card, swipe a card, swipe a card, swipe a card.
Yes, but it's a secure
I
facility.
wonder why it took an hour.
So it's just our protocol to have somebody meet the fire department and walk them through with that key card. So
Okay.
it's an operations item.
All right.
Rather than a security, like yeah.
I mean, like, I would say to the greatest extent possible, we're going to coordinate with the.
I'm sure you want to get them help as much as quickly as possible.
Yes.
One more thing, I understand that you have applied for a tax abatement. Is that correct? For the record? Yes. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Frank?
All right, thanks again for coming out. I appreciate the conundrum you're in. I do work in technology, so I can see both sides with the security, but I also understand that, even getting support for a down system or something like that can take a little while for somebody to get to that. So I can see definitely some of the concerns, like it's middle of the night and then that person's in the bathroom and you've only got one person in the building or something to that effect, where that could be some delays there. What is your staffing like on your kind of your midnight shift, in your building, in your facilities?
Ops and security. So that we have technicians there at 24/7. and we have security there 24/7.
Can you give me a number? How many people are there? Like in midnight shift?
I typically be like 3 operations guys on site for a building, right? And then security, I don't know offhand. I'd have to ask my operations specifically.
Yeah, so, I think for one of the buildings, generally speaking, we would probably put it between 60 and 70 FTE. I don't know if that metric resonates.
Specific to like
Yeah.
employees in building as.
Yeah. What's the minimum number of you're gonna have in a building at a
At
time?
one point in time. Gotcha.
At night.
I would say, I would put it between 15. I mean, it's gonna fluctuate, right?
Mhm.
So, I mean, there's all kinds of factors that come into play, but I would say midnight, skeleton crew, maybe 10 across the building. But again,
Okay.
there's a lot of factors that go.
Sure. Yeah. You can get call offs, things like that. So, okay. So we're looking at probably a minimum of 6 kind of worst case scenario. If, below your staffing levels, people call off, things like that. Okay. All right. I got a bunch of kind of random questions here. So I'll start with when you showed that the picture of the vegetation coverage with the trees and things like that. At what maturity, what age would that be as far as how old that vegetation is?
Code compliant when we first planted. So I don't.
Well, that looked like a pretty
Mature.
pretty mature section. I'm trying to get an estimate of what that.
Establishment period of
Yeah.
any landscaping, right? So-
Right. But is there anything that shows on there or that projects out? This is what it looks like in 10, 15 years after we.
We could put something like that together. As far as the berm goes, the berm is something we've talked with Pataskala about the construction of the landscaping of the berm being with the additional, first building project, right? So as these buildings get built out, it would be, kind of the south side to the north side for the campus. Those trees have time to mature. Exactly.
Well, I'm
what size.
not sure exactly what the rendering was, but the code requires them to be 2 to 3 inch caliber trees. So it's not a twig that they're going to be planted. It's going to be a.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just am trying to get a picture of like what's it going to look like the next 10 years.
Representation, yeah, it's a,
Yeah.
so we can't speak to it. He did tell me that he was putting in the specific, plant material or like plant types.
Species and everything,
He
yeah.
could find.
Okay.
And to reiterate, the berms are going to be there day one.
Yeah, the berm height will be there.
Yeah.
So it's the on top of the berm, the 8 to 10 foot.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, I drive down at the Parkway and I'm just trying to get in my head again, what's it look like kind of day one and then 15 years down the road. I'm guessing that would be my guess maturity wise, 15 years down the road, because it looked pretty lush and full. I mean, it looks great from the pictures, but I just want to know when it's constructed, what's it actually look like for the first 15 years for the people of the community here. And then the rest of the building, again, you kind of showed that shot of the corner of the building that had the office space, but it was kind of focused on that corner. So the rest of that building, do you have a picture or anything like that that kind of shows what that would look like? Because that's a long stretch along Broad Street there, and I just want to see what that.
So maybe this is the best this is probably the best
Yeah,
depiction
okay.
of maybe what you're asking. We can float back to the elevations that might also give you a better idea.
Could you go back to the one maybe with the corner of the building there? Because I think that I can kind of one more earlier.
more.
Yeah, before this. Okay, so because you're just showing maybe about, I don't know, what would you say that's at maybe 30% of the building,
I would say that might actually be
Yes.
like close to
50%. So the rest of it's kind of look like the what I'm seeing on the
This
left
is
side of
gonna
that
be the kind
screen.
of repetitive elements to
Okay.
break down the scale of the facade.
Okay, no windows. I mean, it's got a little bit of no, I mean, other than the corner, right? Not along the
Correct,
right. But not the rest of that white and gray section there. Okay.
That's correct.
Again, it's just kind of a
That's the portion of the building that houses, like we call it our back of house, right?
mhm.
So
Sure.
there's not really any program on the inside that would require daylighting, or really for that matter, we don't really want daylighting. We don't want.
I understand that, yeah.
Heat gain in our building, we're trying to get rid of the heat, right?
I'm more coming from like the architectural, like in our comprehensive plan, it mentions not having those kind of blank canvases there. I know we've got a couple here in town. And so we're just kind of wanting to see what that looks like, if there's any kind of variation that could be done architecturally to make that more visually, pleasing. I mean, there's going to be that berm and the vegetation down the road that should eventually hide it, but what's it look like between there?
Yeah, I think what you're looking at here predominantly is the northernmost facade that's visible
Mhm.
from the frontage. And sort of really trying to break up the massing of that, that monotonous facade, right, with the stripe and patterning. And then, you can see obviously the massing of the building changes from the admin to the back of the house, right? So the volume of the building gives a little bit of character there. And then the materiality of the front admin, obviously a lot more glazing, a lot more of our branding is visible on that portion of the building. And like Joe said earlier, that's the part of the building that, it interfits with the most from the frontage roads.
Yeah. I'm just more thinking about people that are driving by and again, what our comprehensive plan is directing us towards.
Can I just point out that
Yeah.
the character that is represented in the comprehensive plan and the innovation, I think what we're showing is largely in line with what's represented in here.
Okay.
And there was actually a comment as far as coverage. We checked the lot coverage. We were at 14%, so I think it was a 10 to 20% window around the lower threshold as far as the lot coverage. I think you asked.
Yeah, they did ask that
early
one.
on, yeah.
The development intensity there.
In the presentation.
Yeah, and is that based? So what's that number based off of? Is that just the
Building area.
just the building area? Okay, because there's a lot of other things, and that's excluding all the AEP stuff on your property.
Correct.
So that would just be your right. So okay, so it'd be a bit higher if you exclude that part of the property, and then all the parking lots, the lay down yards, things like that you have on there. So do you have an idea of what's that?
Site coverage. That's a different item.
Okay, do you know what that number is?
Matt, I'd have to ask the survey.
I'm not sure off the top of my head exactly. I know we were, I'm not certain of the exact percentage. I know it's noted we were below the code minimum or the code maximum. I'm not sure the exact percentage.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of flipping between what the code is for the plan development district and then what the comprehensive plan has in there for innovation district. They're kind of different numbers, so I'd like to see closer to the innovation, but understanding where it's already zoned at. All right, and then just kind of probably a nitpicking thing here a little bit. So that water usage earlier we talked about, I think I saw on that so it was for 10 months, not for a year, and then also for 2 buildings. How many buildings was that?
2 buildings,
Okay.
10 months.
All right, so I have to do a little more math. I think I'm getting closer to like probably 1.2, so about 2.4 million gallons, I think is what I calculated there. Okay. All right, and then I didn't see, maybe I missed it here in the does it show where I'm assuming you're putting battery backups in there, a UPS room or something like that. Does that show anywhere on the plans where that's located at in the building?
And that's where you're going. I think in some of the slides that, as you guys are getting the report out, there's a floor plan that reflects the yard. The yard has obviously generator enclosures and UPS enclosures where those are housed, the battery systems are housed.
Okay,
So I don't.
so your UPSs are in the yard?
I'm sorry.
Your UPSs are in the yard? They're-
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna flip back. I don't think I can flip back to the floor plan.
So are
You guys have a copy of it, right?
yeah, I'd like to look at that. All right, so outside the building, so is it attached to the building or was it kind of a separate detached?
It is detached. It is attached in the sense that there's electrical.
Right.
Infrastructure that connects into the building.
Okay, but it's not.
It's entirely separate enclosure.
Okay, and the enclosures are separate from each other then. Okay. Do you happen to know where these bloom systems would be used, like nearby in other projects? Okay.
Can I ask a question related to that? Would the AEP people have more information around that? And would y'all be able to provide a contact with AEP that would be able to get that information?
Yeah, I could do so. AP would definitely have that information.
And then we talked a little bit about fire suppression systems there. I think you were more talking fire detection. Maybe I misunderstood. Can you talk about the fire suppression systems that you have built into the facility?
Correct, yeah, so I briefly described it. The scope itself is largely delegated design in the sense that we prescribe, our design teams, our engineers will prescribe the zones throughout the building, right? That need, pre-action or a wet sprinkler system, right? So there will be drawings produced that prescribe compliant, fire suppression systems within the building. Then that set of drawings will go through the building, building permit process, right? You guys will say, okay, that's great. An engineer then will take those delegated drawings and then basically produce shop drawings through the construction process. Usually our general contractor, our fire suppression subcontractor will be the ones that provide those shop drawings for review. And ultimately, you guys will be seeing that, reviewing it, being able to comment on it. But that's generally how the design of the fire suppression system gets executed in a building such as ours.
Is that something we can get sooner?
We can,
at this phase?
We absolutely have some initial, we're still in the midst of our own design process internally. But we have initial fire suppression, schematic drawings that you guys can certainly look at.
Okay.
If we needed to share this.
Okay. And does that also go out to the batteries, the UPSs out in the yard? Is there a system for that?
It includes every aspect of the campus.
Okay.
Right? Inside the building and inside the enclosures. So you guys will have visibility of that.
Okay. And I'd like to talk a little bit more about the power. I'm just trying to understand this. So I guess maybe could you explain the difference between the transmission and the distribution? Just help me understand that better. I know it had come up there. Sorry, if you could explain the difference between the transmission. You mentioned the difference. There's a difference between transmission and distribution as far as the electricity. Could you explain what you mean by that?
Line voltages as far as where the end user is getting their electricity. There's distribution lines and there's transmission lines. Typically, a data center is often the transmission line. We do utilize distribution power as well for smaller, smaller amounts. But transmission is where your substation is set off of the transmission.
So the higher capacity
Yeah.
feed versus the distribution is more of a, okay.
Yeah, so, and that's where the conversation as far as your residential or business owners, like commercial business owners off of the distribution line versus us being off of the transmission line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I'll send you some articles and data as far as the overall power. We'll get lost as far as what's going on there. So, but I can point you to some stuff.
Okay. And then, so I'm trying to understand here as well. So long-term plan for this gas generation section there is because I think we talked last meeting, the intent was to get fully grid tied. So all your power was coming from the grid essentially so what would be the plan for that area then after, would you take it out? Would you still leave it there for a backup? We're talking 30 years, 20 years down the road.
No, at this point in time, it would remain in operation. Yeah. So we're starting with building 1 on the campus. Building 1 will be off of fuel cells, and then as full power comes into the site on the grid.
And so, and there was also a note here. I think this is a longer term number. You said longer term. Well, you said 50 to 80 would come from fuel cells megawatts, And then that would be about 30%. The other 70% would come from the grid power.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And so timelines, like, that's not day one, I'm assuming, right? You're talking 5 years down the road, something like that, correct? Do you have a date from AEP when that would be available?
I don't have like a full energization date or dates at this point in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have even kind of a ballpark, like,
I mean, 5 years is right there as the expectation.
okay. And then, so you're basing that off, like, where did you get that number from?
Just understanding of where things stand with
Okay.
AP. Yeah, it's not like a written in stone.
Yeah,
number.
well, I guess I'm saying, we know AEP has this and this new power plant coming up, and it'll be done by such and such date. And then I'm guessing there's probably additional transmission lines that would need to be built and things like that. So being able to project out that way.
Yeah. So that was, I guess that goes to, I understand they are building some transmission lines and
Okay.
other infrastructure at this point.
All right, so it's more kind of a gut feel, which is what I asked for,
Yeah.
versus like we've gotten something from,
Yeah, so.
okay. But some fluctuation there. So again, another big concern is, I know Columbus AEP has seen a pretty substantial drop or an increase on their electric bills, 20%. My understanding is a lot of that comes from the pressure we're seeing from data centers. I mean, would you, and not saying that's you guys, we can talk about that next, but would you agree with that, or where would you think that?
I don't know specifically the Columbus market
Mm-hmm.
and what's caused that growth, right? And I know that if you look across the country and you look where demand has grown versus where rates have increased the most, where there is no demand growth, rates have increased more than where there is demand growth. Okay, so it's really you want more payers on the system to keep rates down, and it's really because you're utilizing the same lineman and service to the infrastructure. Okay, it's a long conversation as far as how it all works, but it's the more users you have within a specific market, the lower rates you expect.
Yeah, I agree with that to some extent, but I'm also, like these Bloom units that are being put in, I assume that's not as cost favorable in the marketplace as getting it from grid from a larger power plant. So that's kind of where if there's a lot of that's going in the market, we're having subsidized with gas and other forms there.
I mean, I have to see how AP sets up, because it can be on a separate division of AP, different funding structures and all that. So,
yeah. So because AEP is doing this, I mean, are you paying the same rate as everybody else in the area, or are you paying, a higher rate to account for this project? Is it subsidized into into their larger system?
I'd have to go and look. So it's not I don't know the AEP market well enough to answer that. So I'd have to have some conversations. But we do pay for all our infrastructure up front. Like when you sign an executed agreement for power, you're paying for that power up front.
Okay. Yeah, and again, you know where this is all coming from. That there's stuff at the national level as far as AI data centers, or just data, particularly paying their way, because I think their higher demand is kind of impacting the rest of the market there. So I didn't know if you have, is that the case with this project here, or not yet, because it's not, okay.
Yeah, I don't believe so. So
Okay.
we could not have possibly impacted any rates at this point in time.
Right.
I don't believe that the intent is for AP to provide energy to data center at the cost of the other consumers in the market. I think it allows them to grow their infrastructure to be able to provide energy at a rate to everybody.
Okay.
And I think that's what we've dealt with, or what they've dealt with, is a crunch at a certain point in time, right? And they are, everybody's beating for our future thinking.
Do you know what carriers you'd be adding as far as data and things like that in this market?
Not offhand.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to look.
Okay.
But that is typically something that, improved infrastructure to a certain region, we'll bring fiber to an area.
Okay. We haven't identified any particular ones
We do,
here.
I don't have, I wasn't prepared for that
Okay.
specific question.
All right. Let's see. Talk about. You guys answered a lot of questions here already. As far as the generators, you guys have a schedule. I mean, you said once a month. What time? Do you know what time they would be running for their tests?
I was told 1 to 2 minutes once a month, and that was it. I don't know schedule wise. I know that it is during like daytime hours,
Okay.
Business hours, basically.
Okay. Like middle of the day, like 8 o'clock. No idea there. Okay.
I'd say business hours.
All right.
You can limit it to
Yeah.
business hours.
I know where I work. Business hours would be 8 in the morning or something like that. So
8 to 5. Yeah.
it would be 8 to 5. Okay. Let's see here. And do you have was there anything that was provided for how loud those, we have all the acoustic study for, I think for the Bloom system and for the data center in general, but I don't think we have anything for the generators.
Yeah. I think we did acoustic study for normal operation, generator testing, and then
Okay. That's in there.
emergency use, basically.
Okay. Check that out. Let's see here.
I'll interrupt you for a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to find out if anyone can raise your hand if there's an empty seat next to you for some of the other people that have been standing. Can you keep your hands raised? So if any of you want to have a seat. Thank you. Thank you.
I saw.
Can you keep your hands up again? There's 2 in the front.
Cool.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
squishing guys.
That's good. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
I'm getting close here, I think. I missed it. Where'd it go? Oh, one of the changes I saw, you said the intersection was changed a little bit, but I also saw there was reduced screening on your, I guess it would be the south and the east part of the property. You guys took that out.
I don't know.
I think it's what I heard Jack say in that.
We reduce screening and
So that was based upon some of the comments we received last time regarding the interpretation of the code in PM district versus the other districts for landscaping. So some of the perimeter landscaping from the adjacent uses were taken out as they weren't required, but we did add trees along the berm, basically at a 30 for 100 feet. So there's significantly more trees.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you can see that on one of the pictures here, the high level view on the east side. If you look back there, that's technically running along Broad, and so as you drive down Broad towards Columbus, you're actually going to be looking at the back end
Looking
of
at
the
the
data
back
centers.
side.
Just a point to be made there.
And one thing that doesn't show up here is there are some trees, and then there is a berm on the corner, which kind of gets cut off. That extends and turns the corner of the property line.
I think the Tech R2 building is in front of that building. as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so it's further back to that. Okay.
Yeah, I think this property would benefit from some screening, kind of on the side by the pond there on the, I guess up on the east side, and then probably between the, and there's a lot of warehouses and stuff there, but I think there would also benefit adding some of that back in. Okay. I think that was all my questions for now. So thank you for answering them.
Thanks, Frank. David?
Are there any representatives from AEP here tonight?
No.
I mean, did you invite them?
I have, I think yeah, we can talk to them.
And seeing as they're a partner in this, and a lot of our questions are based around AEP issues and AEP equipment, it might be a good opportunity for us to learn a little bit more about all of these unknowns that are part of the AEP portion of this project. Getting back to the proposed substation, is that going to provide service to Pataskala and Western Licking County as well, or just this data center?
Substation would be our, a line. The switching station would be AP. AP, as far as how they design that switching station.
So there's a possibility that we will get no benefit
Well,
from.
it's, as far as AEP's design of that and how it's utilized in the future facility, I don't know.
So you've already stated, you know, that the substations, and I believe that there's two substations, there's the big electrical substation and then the cooling center. I think both of those would be major utility facilities. We don't know for sure about the electrical substation because it's not designed yet. We don't know if it's over 50 megawatts or not, but there's a possibility that both of those will be major utility facilities that will need to go before the Ohio Power Siting Board.
It's just the generation, so it's the fuel cells because it's actual generation. Everything else is off of a transmission line.
So
It's not generator.
seeing that the facility will still have to go before the Ohio Power Siting Board. Let's say that you're partway into construction, midway through, and for some reason, the Ohio Siting Board looks at their clause for approval, and one item is that the facility will serve public interest, convenience, and necessity, and they say it doesn't rise to that, we're not gonna give you approval. What are you guys gonna do? You gonna walk away from the project? Or what's the contingency plan?
I think that at this point, we trust our partners in AP and Bloom that would not be the case.
So you think it's already a done deal that the state is going to approve this no matter what?
You know, that they would be able to successfully get a permit from. So I don't think that the state approves anything, but I think that the pursuit of that permit, would come from AP and Bloom.
Well, the state does approve it. It has to go before a siting board, and the siting board has to give approval.
Yes.
So there are public hearings that are part of that. It's not just the siting board gets AP stuff and says, thank you, we'll approve it. There's a whole process that goes through. And who knows, there could be enough pressure put on them. They say, no, we're not going to approve that. Or we're not going to approve that system. We want to see something else. Again, you have a contingency plan for that. Whereas, is it going to be just a kind of abandoned brownfield site, or you're going to make it a distribution center?
I think it's trust in AP and Bloom that they'd be able to permit that system.
There was questions earlier about heat generation, and the comment was that at the property line, there's no appreciable heat gain. Like, heat rises. So what is the level of heat that's escaping from the facility at 20 feet above the roof, 30 feet above the roof? We're going to have a heat dome over this facility, or what levels might we see, and how might that affect the microclimate around here?
I don't, to my comment earlier, you depicted it as no appreciable heat gain at property line. The amount of heat rejection at the roof, it dissipates to the extent that it doesn't impact any microclimates around our campus. I don't have I didn't come up today with the hard facts to be able to properly illustrate that. Whatever the metric is from a BTU standpoint or whatnot. We could certainly look into that or get an analysis that portrays that accurately.
So, yeah, I'd like to see that. Would you consider this to be a hyperscale data center?
I mean, we don't have we're not oriented to a specific customer at this point, but we market, and that's our key customers, our hyperscalers.
And I know there was a lot of talk about fire and EMT and fire department response. Let's say that there's a catastrophic event, can't put the fire out. Do you have evacuation plans that you're gonna put in place for the city of Pataskala and all the surrounding properties? Not just your site. Yeah, we know you're concerned with your
Sure.
site, but what
Yeah,
about?
sorry, I thought that's where you're going
No.
at first, but no, we would absolutely be in coordination with governmental authorities, where, you know, what, for whatever the need is, right? And, you know, like as Chris was saying earlier, I mean, we have direct communications with them. We have, I think in some cases we're required to have radio connection to your local authorities.
So that's, I mean, that's a standard thing for almost all buildings over a certain size. They have a radio transmission requirement for the local emergency services. So that, I mean, that's nothing outside. I'm talking about like a catastrophic event. How are you gonna alert the population?
I mean, there's a lot of hypothetical in there. I would say.
There
So
is,
it's
but
hard to
we
answer what-
have to try to go through to see what a worst case scenario might be and try to see if it's covered.
Authorities regardless, you know, from a federal, state, and local standpoint, and comply with whatever communications regulations exist.
And then just, I'll save this really for our internal discussion. That's it.
Yep.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for the applicants?
I have a couple.
Okay,
Could,
Jared.
please, real quick. I'll make this. First of all, again, thank you guys. This is, you know, there's a lot of uncertainty, so that's why, you know, there's a lot of questions that are being asked. The data center capacity, what area does that cover, or is it just endless across the whole country? What's that? I know your capacity, you can hold so much data. Where's that data coming from? Is it all aspects of the country, or is it, or a certain demographic region that it can only extend out beyond?
You know what, some of these questions, so as far as my knowledge base, I'm a civil engineer background.
Ditto, I'm with you.
I'm part of the aligned team, but you know, we do have to get back to the site plan at some point. I apologize, Jerry, you know, as far as, it's a valid question, but it's not something that I, you know, can speak on.
Fair enough.
Confidently or because I don't, you know, data center development, where it's, you know, design and how we're constructing it, what we're doing with the site, my role and expertise. You know, Cam's in architecture background, Cam is in natural gas, and some of these questions, like, you asked about the operations of like how data centers.
I'm just,
like,
I'm getting to my second question,
Yeah.
so I'll kind of make it simple for you. And I'm not trying to grandstand here, so I don't want a bunch of applause or anything, because there's none to be done. Is there a way to be contractual written that the people of Pataskala that are living here will not be experiencing that price increase, and that price increase actually goes back to your clients and they pay for it? Just, again, I'm not asking for an answer today. I'm just asking because you're asking Pataskala to put this in here, but then the people of Pataskala have to pay for it, because we know what A&P will do. A&P will raise the rates because they only, you know, they have to expand that infrastructure. So I'm just asking.
I see it
I'm just
differently,
asking that question.
I see it differently as far as we come in, we're not utilizing a lot of water. We're not putting a lot of traffic on the roads. You know, our photometrics and our noise, there's not anything above code requirements. Like, when we look at this from a code compliance of what we actually use for city infrastructure, it's minimal. It's very minimal, all right? When you talk about AEP and what we, you know, power that we call from AEP and rates, it's an AEP conversation. There's a lot of information that goes into that, and I can't speak to it.
That's fine.
All right.
And you answered my last question. Get AEP in here with you too. That's all.
Yeah, but no, you know, as far as city infrastructure, we're very minimal use on anything. So, and, you know, so.
We shall see about stormwater.
Stormwater?
We shall see.
So it's, you know, we'll be code compliant with stormwater, as far as what what we're doing. So,
I don't have anything. I just
So,
thought I'd throw that out there.
You mentioned earlier about when she was talking about the gigawatts of usage and some like requests for stuff. You mentioned when people do the hookups and they do an upfront payment, a percentage of the payment of the connection and the cost of all the infrastructure for the connection. What percentage are you, because obviously, like I talked about earlier with the cost and like y'all paying it over years, right, with the additional infrastructure fee. What percentage y'all paying up front of that infrastructure with y'all's current agreement with AEP?
I'd have to check in and
understand that's just because like.
So we have an electrical team that runs that agreement with each provider, right?
Okay.
So I've been in different markets, so it's hard for me to speak specifically to AEP and how AEP is structured. I know some things, but the specifics is not something that I can speak on.
Yeah, and just understand, this is all because we understand you're a business, but we represent community, right, and the community, and like we're in the best interest of our community.
Yeah.
And making sure that this is compliant and this is not going to cause problems and that this isn't going to cause a headache for everybody who lives here, because we live here also.
Mhm.
So we appreciate your time. That's all I had. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else at this time? Okay, thank you very much. Our next phase would be public comment. And I've been asked if we schedule a short break before we start that. So like a 5-minute.
No.
I understand, but we've been at it for almost 2.5 hours now, so.
Stand up.
Is that what?
Your call,
Yeah, they
your
will.
call, whatever you want to do.
I mean,
It's up to you. Well,
I mean,
it's up to the
if
commission.
we can, if we need a couple minutes, we'll take a couple minutes.
They don't want a break.
Yeah.
They don't want a break. They want to.
I know,
Yeah,
but some
I
people
understand.
might have to do something
They can
Well,
go.
that
if
are
you-
on the board.
Yeah, if you do, just excuse
We need a
yourself.
break.
They'll let us-
All right, we'll go ahead. Public comment. Thank you, gentlemen. You can take a seat and
Thank you.
Lisa will call your name and then she'll bring you up.
Yeah.
Yep.
God forbid anybody ever needs to do something. We'll shut them down.
Some of you know me, some of you do not. My name is Jonathan Scott. Live at 10729 Mill Street Road, Southwest. Former Navy officer. As someone that's worked very closely with DOD, I know about closed loop systems. To say that there's no heat, well, it's never been near one. There's a reason that we still use a lot of water in closed loop systems from military bases, and it's because of the heat. Chiller units, I can't discuss what's on the DSCC. I'm not allowed. But I can tell you right now, it is every 15 days. They add probably about 2,500 to 3,500 gallons to the system. Doesn't sound like very much, except when you start realizing the chemicals that are put into these ionizing systems. They're not chemicalless. I know that because I've seen it. Another concern is the Bloom Energy system. They're great from a paper standpoint. As far as, the cost to us is going to be significantly more. I mean, AEP already raised us, what, $27 just on average for just the lowest income house. And they're already proposing another increase. It is directly related because of the data infrastructure. Yes, there was a tariff, but it only pays for 85% of the entire system. It does not pay for the 24%, 25%, which unfortunately for Pataskala, our electrical grid is already very much lacking. And it's not to say that's like an error on our part. It's just that's Ohio as a whole. The other thing is the compaction. They talk about putting storm up, making sure it's upgraded for their site. Well, that's great. That means everything downstream is going to get flooded. I know that because in the only 6 years I've lived here, and I love living here, but if this data center is built, me and my family are moving down to my main farm down in Manchester because I don't have to deal with data centers down there. People down there will lynch people that build data centers. But I digress. The issues are very substantial for a small town. If this was the New Albany campus, to where they already have the infrastructure going in, they already have everything else. Unfortunately, yes, the people that live around there do have to deal with it. But there's already everything already there. Now Meta has the gas line and everything else going in, which they paid for, and you know what, they should. But it's still gonna cost us more in the long run. Because that infrastructure right there is something else is gonna have to be upgraded down the road.
Time.
So, that's all I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You swear affirm to testimony you're about to give the truth, and that you will nothing but the truth, so help you
I speak loud. Charles Robbins, I'm 1147 Rice Avenue in Gahanna, but I work in Pataskala and have for the last decade. We're the neighbor, we're at Tech R2, so we're the ones that are right adjacent to it. So we've had the same kind of concerns at Tech R2. And the other thing is, let me tell you, if people who have been to meetings like this, Tech R2 is the most certified company in North America. Come and visit us if you want, you're always asking questions. You come in, you have 7 ISOs, 2 NIST, HIPAA, PCI, DCI, DSS. So we are what you would call in the industry subject matter experts. We work in data centers all over North America, all over. We work in Europe. We work in Asia. We've seen the good data centers and we've seen the bad data centers. And what you're seeing when you see the newer data centers in Ohio, and it's not like, because I've lived in Ohio all my life. I've lived in Central Ohio for 42 of the last years, coming up here to meet my wife and family. I hear all individuals. But in my career, and I'm a retired officer. And I had to go back in the military 6 years ago because of just this cybersecurity issues. I worked with communities all over Ohio. And the thing is that in Tech R2, we work with data centers all over the world. There are a lot of the questions you all ask are great. They're fantastic. You get them out on the table ahead of time. But what you're not going to forget is old data centers are the big problem. Old data centers are the ones that you can't get out of. How do I know? I'm a chief compliance officer for the government and for Tech R2. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling the truth. You can call me back here later and just sit there and just start grilling me. You don't have the time to. So the thing is, building airfields, half the airfields in the U.S. from the 80s and 90s. You sit there and you can say, hey, I like flying into John Glenn safely or these other places. Well, that's because you have technology. Current technology is where the baseline in the United States go out. What you should be doing, and this is just Tech R2 speaking, go in Central Ohio and go and look at the old data centers. They're the ones. All the things you asked, those are the ones that are the problem cases. So what we're trying to say is new data centers are not as much as your problem in modern society as the old data centers that are still out there. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Mark Sheardson? Mark? Silas Ortiz? I can't affirm the testimony about this? Give your name and your address.
Hello, thank you. My name is Silas Ortiz. I live at 313 Hayloft Court, and I've been there for 21 years. I have taken the time, after some important residents on the Facebook Pataskala group mentioned that this was happening, I've taken the days since that post to look into the Line Data Center. And one of the biggest concerns I have is the acquisition of the consortium that bought the Line Data Centers last October. It is bought by BlackRock's GIP, which is a global industrial partnership, which is just a way for the private equity, in collaboration with NGX, which is a company from the UAE, United Arab Emirates, and then another partnership they created, which is the Artificial Intelligence Infrastructures Partnership, which is part with Microsoft, OpenAI, NVIDIA. Now, even more, there's more energy companies that are now bought into this AIP that's part of the consortium that did buy this for $40 billion last October, which is still being processed as it is international business. But that is the largest private data center transaction ever in the world. And what I'm concerned about is knowing BlackRock, knowing these companies. First of all, the AI companies that are in this the AIP, their main goal is to surge demand of AI. They say they need infrastructure is needed. These AI companies continue to try to push the demand up and push AI onto the society. Secondly, these energy companies are they're right happy wanting to give money to these AI companies to then so they can come in and put in energy that will make them a lot of money. The same with BlackRock, it's private equity. They're looking to make money. So I worry that Align data centers can say that they're here for the community. They can bring temporary jobs and minimal jobs after it's built. But what is the goal? Those people that own and bought this company for $40 billion, they're going to be looking how to make a profit out of us. Yep. And I don't like BlackRock being in my backyard. I don't like these data centers coming in. What I would make an analogy to, this is a vampire knocking at our door, and if we welcome them in, they will suck us dry. And you see it at all these old data centers, old, new, it's all the same, and they come with the same promises. They say they'll be sustainable. That's a lie. It's been proven many times that they won't go to sustainable energy practices. They will stay with what makes money, and what makes money is the natural gas. Secondly, I also have many more concerns, especially the Ohio Consumers Council did a report on how much money the electric has been hiked, and they found for all of Ohio from June 2025, consumers saw electric supply price increases from 10 to 35%.
Time.
Thank you.
Stephen Rodriguez.
Coming.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that this truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening. My name is Stephen Rodriguez. I reside at 1225 Ford Boulevard. I've been a resident since 2013, new build, which I'm proud of. I too retired from the Navy. Thank you for your service. Thank you for all veterans. The reason I mention that is building the first new home after retiring, I saw that I was able to afford a new home after sailing the seas and going overseas in multiple wars. 10 years later, 13 years later, forgive me, my home is almost quadrupled in the appraisal of what it's worth. That's great. Seller's market, but my taxes are through the roof. My question is, has there been any type of study to show what these data centers are doing to our appraisal rates of our homes? If we decide to move because these data centers are coming in, what's it going to do for our kids and for our home city. Someone should come into the city of Pataskala that we pride ourselves in and say, move to Pataskala. It's where it's at. But they can't afford it.
Right.
I know I'm getting close to it, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Grace Franklin?
I passed. My questions have already been covered. Thank you.
Yes, all right. All right, Rick? Wilderness? Okay, thank you. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Give your name and address, please.
Hi folks, my name is Rick Warnick. I live at 146 Broadmoor Boulevard. My concern is the electrical demand that this company is going to bring to our area. The company that put in the gas line, Williams Company, they also put in natural gas generating plants. They're putting 2 up in New Albany right now. My concern is that this company is going to start doing business with them, and they're going to put a facility in this community. Those facilities are environmentally harmful to the community. They're very noisy. They have to put 40-foot sound abatement walls around their facilities. And rumor has it they're looking at property nearby. They like to put properties in 20-acre lots, and there's a 20-acre lot just down the street. And it's right next to where I live. And that gentleman that just spoke talked about property values. What's the property value of my home gonna be if they put one of those plants in?
Yeah.
And that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug Matthews? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hello, my name is Doug Mathias. I live at 319 Isaac Tharp Street, Pataskala. I came because I didn't know what had been done previously, and I guess the ship has sailed that this property is sold, so agriculture is not important any longer on this property. But I've heard some things tonight that do concern me, and I think it's telling that these gentlemen, they don't know how many people work on the shift from midnight in their facilities. I think they don't know about the levels of security and what I heard from Ms. Rogers about the 1 hour, 5 security levels. I don't know what that security level is. Do they have to do a background check on you at the first one? I mean, that's, I think, ridiculous. Like she said, you can't trust an American citizen on the fire department. That's bad. I would also agree that the renderings of some of the vegetation in the back of the building, it looks like the tree is 50, 60 feet tall. That's not going to be planted and be that tall in my lifetime. There's other things on my mind, but I'll leave it go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Hammond? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You just use the left and the right. Okay, sounds good. My name is Dan Hammond. I live at 129 Covington Lane in Pataskala. And I'd like to talk about the data center proposal. I first learned about the data centers on the Facebook page, like most of you guys had. And I don't know a lot about data centers, so it was time to learn about data centers for me. My background is engineering, so it's math. I took a look at the site, as you can see up there. You can see that the site is surrounded by a bunch of homes. You can see there's a church. And then I wondered, like, what would it look like if there was a data center there? So I thought about that for a minute. And so I knew that New Albany had data centers. So I looked that up and I put some data centers on here. So this is potentially, I know it's not their exact model, but this is potentially what these data centers might look like. And so then I started asking more questions, like how much power is this going to consume? How much water is it going to take? Who's behind it? I hadn't met these guys before, but apparently they're behind it. So that's kind of an answer for me. So I'll move on. So then I really started thinking about the energy. They say these things consume massive amounts of energy. And I was like, well, how much energy? And so I started doing some math here. And it turns out one data center, the energy that it's consuming is 48,000 homes. Like, think about that. 48,000 homes. But wait a sec, they're going to build 4 of them, 4 data centers. So that's 192,000 homes. And what kind of increase is that on our grid system? If you look, it's 28x. It's like 28 times. So Pataskala only has 6,852 houses. And we're going to let these people move in and use all this energy? Like, for what? Next, I wanted to look at water. I heard data centers take a lot of water. So I kind of did the same study on the water. Typical study was showing that it's going to be 1.3 times all the houses in Pataskala. And at high demands, 2.0. I did learn after the fact that they're going to do this closed loop system. So I did do some research on that. It turns out the closed loop system is 90% more efficient to what I could find. But that still is quite a bit of water. And that 12,000 that they're saying in the water, like, I would make them put it in writing and make them sign it, because I don't believe it. And you shouldn't either. I know my time's up. I think we went over the money. All I got to say is, who's going to pay for this? The Pataskala people are going to pay for this. You're going to pay for it. I mean, you feel the We're going to pay for it.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gunnar Dietz.
Thank you, Dan.
Testimony you're about to say, truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Hi, my name is Gunnar Dietz. I moved here from Westerville about a year ago, moved into 235 Spring Street. Most of the questions, you guys have great questions. And most of them have been answered. Very outdoors type person. So I worried about the water, power bills going up, all that stuff, or things being protected. I'd rather see woods, animals, all that stuff. That's why I moved out here from Westerville. But to see these data centers going in, it's kind of concerning. I don't like seeing them in local construction, working gas, hearing that the gas pipeline that went in was outsourced from other states. Made me upset, you know. Just had the job taken away from me. Yeah, like, one question is, with them coming in, what do they provide for us that over 200 others that are in Ohio now don't already do? So it's just the same thing over and over, taking up land and rising prices. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Stalter.
Like that old man coming through here.
Yeah, okay, Joe.
Do you swear?
I swear a lot, yeah.
I swear jar for that.
Stalls or 83 Woodbridge Place, Pataskala. Question is this is a done deal, is it going in?
That's what we're here for, no.
Yeah. That's what we're
Okay.
for.
Next thing is, who approves tax abatements?
City council,
It's about time you quit approving.
it's city council, not me.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, it's about time you quit approving. The other thing is, it brought up the emergency situation.
Right, it's okay.
Has the infrastructure been taken care of? There's a massive fire at this place. Is there enough emergency equipment to handle that and something else? Yes, no, indifferent?
That's a question for the fire district.
According to the fire department, they're ready to handle it.
But you guys are in charge of.
We're not
making
city council.
Yeah, we're not city
So
council.
we're not city council, sorry. We're not city council.
All right. The other thing is, this is a massive, massive structure. I don't know what all they're gonna do in it. I'm an old IT guy. I'm an old mainframe. So you're gonna be storing data and processing data? What in the world you're gonna be doing both of those things? Where are you gonna be processing? Because that's a massive center if you're just storing data. But if you're processing stuff, I don't know how many different people you're working with, how many different contracts you have. But that's a massive place for all this. And I don't understand why it's gotta be so damn good to start off with. I mean, you got, and the thing is if you've got also an infrastructure problem with, if you can run 3 shifts, you get the first shift, I'm gonna guess 600 people, I'm gonna guess. You're gonna be over, how many entries in that? One entrance on Main Street and Broad Street? Anybody been on Broad Street at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? It's a disaster. Why we wanna make it worse? I'm gonna shut up now.
You're fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Carson? You swear or affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so you got. Amen.
Hello all,
Hello.
Jason Carsey, 160 Pat Haven Drive. As somebody who has grown up in your community for a short amount of time, love it, kids love it. The New Albany campus data centers are around where my folks are. They're the last house on their street. I've watched what happens when the data centers get involved. I've watched them destroy your communities. I've watched them rip up your fields. I've watched them destroy your wetlands. I've watched them pile dirt upon dirt upon dirt. Construction companies, they tell you that they're gonna start working at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. They're lying to you. These motherfuckers, pardon my language, they start working at 4:30 in the morning. Banging tailgates, dirt all over the place. They don't care about you. The jobs are not there. They'll tell you that they are. Look at the trucks. Talk to the people that work in those places. They're from Texas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, New Mexico, Arizona, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia. These are places, they're pulling all of these people in here to do this job temporarily and then leaving. They're telling you they're gonna give you these jobs. These jobs don't exist. It's a lie. On top of that, you watch the habitats go away. You watch the animals, they have nowhere to go. So what do? They start moving into your homes. They start burrowing into your walls. I mean, there is so much. I can sit here and talk to you for hours. I've personally watched this firsthand. My mom is still there. She is the last property on her street, like I said, that has not sold yet. They're making an example of her. So I've seen all this firsthand. And I don't want this to happen to my community. I'm so passionate about this, and it's rough. I don't want to see what happened to them happen to you, because it's not right. We're already taxed high enough. My family, we're close. Our power bill went up 50% last month. So instead of a $200 bill, I had a $424 bill for 1 month's worth of power. The only thing that runs on power in the house is just little electronics. My heat is gas powered. Yes, it pulls a little bit of electricity, but not a whole lot. We're getting taxed out. We can't afford it. And like they said earlier, if AEP has control of it, then what's to stop them from telling you, Matt, but we're gonna do this and you go fuck yourself, because that's exactly what they're telling you. Pardon my language, I'm sorry. I really do apologize, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
But you don't need this. We don't need the data center. If the data center wants to be in Ohio, there are plenty of other places that this place can go. It doesn't need to be in our backyard.
Renee Zamora. Okay. How about Susan Holmes? Do you swear affirm the testimony about this? I'm Susan Holmes. I live at 6334 Summit Road, Southwest. I appreciate all your questions and comments. I think you did a wonderful job. A lot of my things were kind of answered. I have concerns for air, noise, light pollution. I don't believe we've gotten total numbers from them. I was reading through their information and we're talking about vibrations and all kinds of other data that I don't think was comprehensively put together for us to understand. I believe we need to pump the brakes on data centers. The code, I think we need a more comprehensive code that addresses our needs. We don't have road infrastructure like you all need to put in. We don't have the water. The water right now, I'm on a well. I don't think that the water has been good for the community as far as what they say is available. There is no fire engine next to that facility. That's an empty fire house. The firefighters' letter basically stated that they know how to take care of it. They don't have the personnel, the trucks, all of the equipment they need. They're gonna come back to us and say, oh, we need to build another fire station, and our taxes are gonna go up again and again. So those are my big concerns. And I don't think that we've gotten all of the answers. I know that St. Albans just said no to data centers. I think we need to look at that and really comprehensively put 4-lane roads in. When that construction comes through Broad Street, 2-lane road, are they gonna put 4 lanes in to handle just the construction? We don't have it. Look at Summit Road, 45 days until open, it's not done. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Peter, I'm sorry, I don't know your last name on Summer Road.
Go.
Rick, excuse me.
Yeah, you're fine.
Frankie, Mill Street. Oh, correct. Jason on Cleveland Road. Okay. Dr. McGovern. Celia Galens. Justin Schaefer. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about this truthful, nothing but the truth that you got? Name and address to you guys, please.
Justin Schaefer, 10832 Milford Avenue. All right, so you guys covered a lot of stuff, very helpful. It's pretty obvious nobody wants this. This is executive form for that. I think it's a message we need to send to city council. Thank all of you for showing up. So let's show up for them too, to let it know that we really don't want this.
Yes.
Couple things, I'm just gonna hit questions that maybe you could ask them or they can think about. Since AI and data centers right now are potentially in quite a bubble, their corporate bonds are paying like junk bond rates. So savvy investors understand that these are risky investments. What happens when these massive specially built facilities don't have a customer or can't be filled? Nothing can go, they're built for this. And if they don't have a customer, it's just an eyesore. It's an eyesore that's just there until it's destroyed. Besides that, the infrastructure in place needs to be paid for up front, right? We're gonna pay for it, but they'll pay it back. They'll pay it all back if they remain in business for that period of time, and the tax abatement lets those numbers wash or something like that. We know for sure we're paying for it now. Currently paying for it and paying more for it then. Onto that, they show their other facilities, what's their occupancy rate? Do they have that? Because we don't know, because they're not a data center company, there's a data center building company. They get customers in there. They don't have a customer, or they do, they don't tell us. They don't know how much it's gonna be AI, maybe it's a couple racks, maybe it's this, we don't know. And so that being the case, how do we know what the power usage actually is gonna be? Because AI uses a lot more power than just data storage. So there's a lot of unknowns. Those are the things that the zoning board you need to take into consideration. All those big empty areas that we don't know anything about. For those reasons, I definitely say we need to hold off on this and any other data center until they have a complete plan, and we can talk to council about how we don't know these facilities that are just being built now. This isn't 2008 NIAX code. We don't know what it looks like because these are all being built right now. We don't know what the effects are in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. We need to see at least 1, 2, 3 years what this is going to be before we put one right on our doorstep out here.
Yep.
The other thing is just, they said utility rates are going to go down with higher usage, which maybe is the case.
Time.
You build massive infrastructure all over the state. Well, it ain't here now. It ain't going to drop our prices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zuzu Ambrose,
Jerome.
Julie Williams. I swear upon the testimony you have to give us the truth, and will keep the reading of the truth. Thank you. Name and address, please.
Julie Williams, 10914 Mill Street, Southwest Pataskala. I'm against the data center, any data centers actually. I am actually downwind, down gradient, hydraulically down gradient. We have well water and our surrounding neighbors have well water. We've been there 36 years. Totally renovated our house, made it a place to stay and retire in. We even widened the doors for someday if we're in wheelchairs. We wanted to stay. I'm concerned about how this will be powered, and I don't see how you can approve this without the AEP final design. I do think this is going to increase our electric bills. I am concerned also about the flooding and the other issues you all brought up. But I will say, I don't see this as a benefit to us at all. I don't see the benefit to Pataskala. For us personally, we don't have air conditioning because we want to save money. We use wood to heat all winter long. Sorry to the neighbors for the smoke. We grow our own fruit and vegetables. I can our produce using a 1936 pressure canner from my grandmother. We save money. We don't have a television. We didn't raise our kids with a television. I didn't have one. I have 5 kids, all married now. So we never had cable TV. They never saw the junk all of your kids might have saw. We don't have smartphones. We only have flip phones and dumb phones. And I thank the Lord that our 10 grandchildren, and I'm sure we'll have 20 before the next 10 years are up, they all come from large families as well. I just really think, and a lot of our kids don't have television, and they chose to not have smartphones, and they will not give that to their kids. I really think we don't need the extra data. Why are people scrolling all the time? They're so addicted to this. We don't need the data. Someone said they're pushing it on us. You guys, go read a book. Go camping. You know, go be with your family. If you're in a restaurant, look at your husband or wife. If we don't use the smartphones all the time, we don't need it. And one other thing that keeps coming up, not here, but in life, I'm hearing of suicides and bullying and all this stuff that's going on. With increased AI and increased, you know, you're seeing stuff on Facebook where people are posting what AI says you look like. Will that increase suicide, depression, having all this extra new data? So it's a lot to think about, and I appreciate everyone's
Thank you.
comments.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Brush. Ernie?
He's coming.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's coming.
There you are. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Name and address, please.
Okay, it's Bernie Brush, 5530 Columbia Road, been here since 1981. But I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. I've already been in front of city council, I think, for twice since December, when I first heard about this, to ask them about a moratorium. I told them what Washington Township was doing, Jerome Township. I thought this was great just the other day. This is on Dispatch, January 27th. Plan targets data centers in Dublin. Dublin took the data center out of its West Innovation District, eliminated it. It's right in the middle of Dublin, and they said, we don't need it, it doesn't fit. I looked up their innovation and their character. Scott, you know, that's what we have. It's supposed to be innovation. A lot of it is preserving the rural character. This is taking up the whole 89 acres, I think. There's not even a drop of, there's no vista left. They already got what, a variance to go higher than the capacity? And we used to have a 250-foot setback. I don't know that everything is under 200 feet. The other is you got Broad Street, 60-foot right of way. I think the most that their setback is only 180 feet. What about Mink? Mink, I think they're only saying that it's 45. Mink is going to get 4 lanes before Broad Street. What do you think's happening up with Intel and coming down from Mink Street? They're making everything going up to Intel 4 lanes now. So when it comes down to 161, they're going to want to go south right here to 70 instead of coming through Pataskala. Here's another one. The city urges the state, let's stop AEP rate hike. They don't have a plan yet to say, let's make the data centers pay for the electricity that they're using. Don't put it on the residents. And until that's passed, we're sitting ducks, okay? So again, as I said, Julie and the rest, what's the benefit to Pataskala? What is the benefit? And it's right in the middle of our community, Broad and Mink. And whoever comes through our community, that's what they're going to see. And just like the guys here that bought their home here and left every place and said, I came here because I enjoyed it. When they see that data center there, I mean, have you gone to Meek Beach and Morse Road? Or go to Scioto Downs, watch 5 data centers coming down from Scioto Downs, nonstop. The old Hartman farm. Okay, that's enough. I can go on, but you know
The beekeeper. Yep.
stay there. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address.
My name is John Holman. We have the 217 acre farm at Mill Street and Columbia Road, which we donated the development rights to the Farmland Preservation Program at the Ohio Department of Agriculture 20 years ago in anticipation of the very questions that we're raising here and discussing tonight. I have felt for a long time, being connected to the organic cult, that we need to preserve farmland that's capable of growing wholesome food, not industrial food, as we see in our American agricultural system, but wholesome food that is providing the nutrition that our body needs. I'm a retired doctor too, so I'm concerned about nutrition and food. The loss of farmland throughout the world is very disconcerting, and that is magnified through our own country and in our own state and in our own community. I think that we need to look to the future generations for their need for wholesome food. I don't think that bioengineered food is anything that I would want to eat myself, or that I would want to foist on future generations. We need to preserve the capability to grow wholesome food as has been done throughout all of evolution, and to which our bodies have evolved over the millennia. With the loss of farmland locally,
Time, sir.
The availability of wholesome food is decreased for our population.
Time, sir.
John.
Thank you.
Tom,
Thank you.
time, sir.
Your time is up.
Time, sorry about that. Time, sir.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we want to preserve our ability to produce good wholesome food.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jean Bax?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And then name and address.
Good evening, my name is Jean Bax, and I live at 4152 Fedley's Mill Road. I really appreciate all the excellent questions the commission asked tonight and the excellent testimony a lot of my neighbors have given. You can't eat data, you can't drink data, you can't breathe data. And I have a lot of concerns about the integrity of our wells, our air quality. I think that heat dissipating from a 90-acre data center site could change what I've enjoyed living for over 20 years in Pataskala. When you drive from Columbus and you arrive home in Pataskala, you notice that the temperature is anywhere from 5 to 10 degrees cooler. There are a lot of issues involving our quality of life that I think are going to be threatened by this, and I don't believe that a data center is going to add to it at all. And it's always bothered me with the tech corridor that came in on Beach Road. They've not been great neighbors. The stadium lights from that gas-fired power plant are such a nuisance. Good luck watching the Aurora Borealis. Once in a lifetime event this year. Why is it people throw a dart on a map and they see some green spaces outside an urban center, and that looks like the place to put warehouses, that looks like the place to put data centers? What about all the derelict shopping malls? What about all the derelict factories in central Ohio and across the country? Why is it these facilities need to come someplace where, first of all, you have to get a zoning variance, and second of all, you don't have utilities. We don't have natural gas. We have all electric at our house and a well. So just some things to think about. And I appreciate that zoning can be the last line of defense for a community to preserve its character. And so I hope that we're going to be able to accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about this truth, nothing but the truth? Name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Patrick. I also live at 4152 Henry's Mill Road for the last 25 years. It's a great place. It's a great place. We just are now getting pollution from Beach Road. It's light pollution. We used to see Columbus off in the distance, but the lights on Beach Road are so much stronger than Columbus right now. The thing that has struck, and I'm coming into this meeting cold. I appreciate the Planning and Zoning Commission. I appreciate all the citizens here doing their homework. I'm coming in here cold. I don't know a lot about it. But what has struck me more than anything is the presentation by the data center building company. Seems that there's no preliminary thing about it. It seems like they talk like it's already a done deal. And it seems like it's something we should have been talking about a year ago. But I think that's just the MO of these companies. They just come in and they just try to whitewash us and get it in as quick as possible. I testified at public hearings for the Intel and before EPA, and it was frustrating because it did seem like a done deal. But I've lived in Pataskala for 25 years, and I know the leadership of Pataskala, and I trust that you guys will do your homework and again, do what is right for the community, not for the corporation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so do that? Name and address, please. Oh, we got there.
Good evening, John Dugan, 10813 Hollow Road. A lot of good stuff been brought up. There is one thing that the previous couple just mentioned to you, but it's the wells, the aquifer. You know, we know that thing up on the other side of Morris Road. We're all concerned about that for a lot of things, but we didn't agree to that. Okay, I moved here from Reynoldsburg, and I'm so glad. I was proud to move here. You know, but I'll tell you, 20 years ago, there was people sitting in your chair that were making decisions that thought they were making good decisions, and that's what Reynoldsburg turned into. I'm sorry to say that, but I mean, I had a person murdered across the street from me. She was my girlfriend at the time, my wife, had another person. There was a drug dealing going out there, cars coming by all the time, you know, and that's just because people didn't slow it down. They talked about we're going to have contracts and rules and laws. Who's going to enforce them? Okay, money by, you know, let's listen to some names: Bezos, Zuckerberg, Ellison. You know, these guys don't care. They're living out in these massive estates, and they have no idea what it's like to live here, to enjoy life. Okay, and that's why we're here.
and appreciate everything you guys are doing, but just keep in mind, as you move forward, there is one other thing that we have to consider ourselves. That thing up on the other side of Morris Road, whatever it all is, it's a target. Okay, whatever it's gonna do, none of us know what it's gonna do. But whatever it's gonna do is gonna be a target for all kinds of things. And I know this isn't that far away, but leave it over there. Okay, these data centers, AI scares the jeebers out of me. Okay, but don't bring it here. Okay, and make them obey the rules, because there's people. I was 25 years old when I moved into Reynoldsburg, bedroom community, and it's gone. Okay, and the people that made those decisions were doing it for what they progress. There's got to be somebody that looks at that and says, stop, you know. And that's all I really had to say. But you know, the aquifer and terrorism, those are things that weren't really brought up here, and I wanted to make sure they got in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please swear to affirm that this meeting is the truth and nothing but the truth.
Mike Fox, 11540 Broad Street, Pataskala, 39-year resident in the city. I've been on council, I've been on planning and zoning, I've been on the sewer and water district. I felt like I fought the good fight, but I can assure everybody here, when the decision was made to put a PM district in the city of Pataskala, we limited by size in the area that it is. And there was zoning in place. It was M1 manufacturing. This big jump in 2008 to go with a national code screwed the city of Pataskala. That's it. Now, we don't make the decisions anymore. There's a national code that makes the decisions for us. But I want to get back. I got 4 or 5 pages coming to you guys by the time I get done to you. So right now, short and sweet. You guys, I want to thank you because I know how hard it is. I want to thank planning and zoning because I know how hard and difficult this stuff is, because it is. It's not easy on anybody. But I also want to remind you guys, the zoning commission, you have options here. You can turn this thing down flat. It can go to council, and council better have all 7 votes, period. If it doesn't, it stops. The city residents, we have options. We've been known to use those options before. Those options are clearly on the table tonight. I would recommend you table this. I hope the city goes with Mr. Brush and puts a moratorium on so that these can be studied more and determined what's the best for the city of Pataskala. And I hope you guys get to sleep tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Katie Slaymaker? Gabe Marchand.
She's right there, on the way. She's here.
In the back. I like close sleeps. Do you swear affirm the testimony about this truth and nothing but the truth that you got? I'm putting the name and address when you guys are, please.
Hi, I'm Katie Slaymaker. I live at 95 2nd Avenue, the 2nd Avenue by the library. I got 3 of them here. I've lived here in Pataskala for over 40 years. I grew up here, raised my kids here. And I want to thank you guys because sitting back here listening to you guys ask these gentlemen these questions, I feel like we're in some really good hands. And everybody's questions, I don't have that many that haven't already been asked. I am curious as to where will the used water be discharged and who will treat that and how will it be treated? They talk about coming in the community and doing like STEM projects, and how many local residents will actually be employed at this data Like how many? Like a minimum number and a maximum number? That's something that I have to know. Also, I thought it was really nice of that mayor in Illinois to do that study for them. And my last concern is that having lived here my whole life, we go putting this in and there's no going back. We're going to take a turn and I'm afraid it will just kind of be a domino effect. And that's not really the town that I grew up in or the town that I want my kids to grow up in. But thank you guys so much for being here so late.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will have to go to the
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that is true?
I do.
And then state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Gage Markham. I live at 95 2nd Avenue, the one by the library. I'm one of Katie's kids in question. Could you pull up the graph of their projected gallons of water with the household? I found it odd. I think I read 36,000 gallons or something by the residential per day. That's but I have very limited time, so I'm sorry, it's gonna sound like an interrogation. It's not towards you, it's kind of towards them. So these fuel cells use natural gas, from what I can tell. The question is, where do they go? Do they poop? Does the natural gas poof into thin air, or does it actually get, is that one of the byproducts? It's projected that it's 50 megawatts. They said that's about 30% of the energy that we're using. And I noticed that they didn't actually specify how much that 70% of the energy coming from the grid was. What's the protocol with the renewing of said fuel cells? Because if you have two separate sectors and you're gonna shut down the one while the other gets renewed, and then as soon as the other gets renewed, then you renew the other set, then that's fine. But if you're just going to renew all of them at the exact same time, then that means you're taking 100% energy from the grid, which would put an extra 50 megawatt strain on the grid at that time, plus whatever we're using. Also, I found it odd that with the gallons of water that they were using, would that mean that since they said it's peak, and it is what would be used at its peak, does that mean that all of these laundromats are working all of their dryers and washers at the exact same time, or is this just the 3 dryers that they use on the daily? Let's see. I noticed that someone did here ask how much energy they take from the grid, and they just completely avoided that question completely. Let's see. If AEP is providing the cells, then the question really is who's paying for them. Because I have a feeling like it is not going to be them. If the place is also made out of concrete, concrete is a rather porous material and has been known to spontaneously combust under high heat. I would also like to draw the focus back to their order of applications from the state.
Thank you.
To us. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Lichtenstein? Here. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the institute and nothing of specific that?
I do. You swear like this.
Okay.
You got it?
Name and address, please.
Mark Lichtenstein, 288 Laurel Lane, Pataskala. My wife and I are recent new converts here. We moved from the east side of Columbus 3 years ago. I grew up running back roads on foot, training. Area was great air, fresh air, good roads. Anyhow, couple of things that we just came into this. As far as the tax abatement goes, how long is that for that they are not paying property taxes on it? Second question, the employees that are coming in from out of state, they're getting paid by their companies. Those checks are coming from out of state. Does the city get income tax from those people? Are they paying income tax to the city of Pataskala? As far as the fuel cells go, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with those closed loop systems, but the rods have to come out. My understanding with those were, they were usually cooled by water. Is that water being recirculated through a backup system? If the system itself would go down, how's that work? The questions as far as the AEP bill go, I'm not real crazy about paying more for electricity. And whether a traffic survey has been conducted, they're talking about widening Mink, and they're only gonna have 338 parking spots. So all that traffic is gonna be dumping out at rush hour times onto 2 lanes of Broad Street, which is a concern, I would think, for people. I appreciate all the questions you guys asked. Got a lot of answers that we didn't know before. It's our second time in front of the planning commission. First time I spoke, and a good time with my voice. Anyhow, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Swears in, right?
Swears in.
Yep.
Words or wigs? You hear that? Betsy Looney?
I might be the last one.
I think you are. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about this truth?
Okay, my name is Betsy Looney. I live at 611 Pack Street. I've been a resident for 17 years. And I do have an 8-year-old son. So he is my main focus. I'm sure a lot of you guys have children. You've seen children here. We're all raising our kids here. So my biggest concern is how does the data center align with Pataskala's short-term and long-term goals, right? This company came here and gave us a really nice sales pitch. And I have been the victim of a very nice sales pitch in the past. So I want to make sure that I think you guys made very good points, very good questions. But I don't want you to make the same mistake I did, right? This company is here to make money, and you are here to protect your residents. I ask that you continue to think critically without AI and continue to ask the questions so that we all have a clear understanding as to what are the impacts on our town, right? They're not going to come and live here. We are. The other thing I wanted to point out, which I think a lot of guys, the old timers here, the farmers, I'm not a farmer myself, but I do see the sign every single day that says that we are a right to farm community.
Yeah.
I don't see that the data center has anything to do with farming. So I don't see how it fits in. The other thing, I brought up my son, right? So we're all talking about how our costs of living are going up, our property taxes, our bills, yet we can't seem to pass a school levy for our children because the costs keep going up. So why on earth would we bring in a data center with a tax abatement that provides nothing to our children and our society that only costs us? It costs us our well water, our environment, our beautiful salamanders. And thank you for bringing that up because they are precious. So basically, to wrap it all up, we are a rural community and a data center does not fit in that. And I just ask that you continue to look out for the investments in our community that we all want you to do for us. And ask that, you know, I know there's been discussion about moratoriums on data centers. Not sure if you guys are the ones to put in that, but I will go ahead and speak at a council meeting, speak to the mayor, whoever would like to talk to me about it. I will tell you my opinion that I think that that is the right thing for this town.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got it?
Hi, I'm Sylvia Gallen. We live at 14692 Cleveland Road Southwest. I'm a mom of 5 kids. My husband already had to leave with the other 4. And so we missed our name being called, being in and out. And so I've heard a lot of things that kind of reflect, I think, how a family of 7 would feel moving here, thinking of the rural area. But the one thing my husband really wanted me to talk about was the subsonic noises. I heard you guys ask about noise, and I heard that you got their like noise reports. But when we look up information on data centers online, they talk a lot about the frequency, that it's actually a low frequency noise that you're not cognitively aware of, but your brain is, and it's constantly processing the noise 24/7. Over time, long-term exposure to low frequency noise leads to cognitive impairment, sleep disturbances, stress, anxiety, and increased risk of cardiovascular disease. That's from datacenterknowledge.com, and they list ways that can be mitigated, but it sounds like they don't provide you any information about what the way that the structure will be set up. So we don't know if that will be mitigated. And we live in an area where we all will be close enough to be affected by that. The schools will be close enough to be affected by that. And so I really would ask you to pause on this until you get information about how it's going to be set up. It's just something that really will affect the rural character of this area that we moved to. We just moved in 6 years ago, and it's completely different than it was. And I know growth is coming, but I think doing it in a really smart way would be great. And I really appreciate all the work you guys have done, all the questions that you've done. We were listening to it on YouTube with the kids kind of running back and forth, and we got lots of comments. We're like, where was the great questions at the planning commission? So thank you all so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
John, you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So, yeah, okay.
My name's John Jones, live at 14471 Graham Road, out by the, across from Morris Road. I think that I invite all you to come out any night and hear the beep, 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 beep all night long. The lights, they built walls over there to shut the lights. If you think that the steam that comes off those properties over there goes up and goes away, it doesn't. It goes up and eventually comes back down. Okay? We have a lot of deer, we have a lot of deers out there. We don't anymore. There's no place for them. I raised 4 kids out there. I bought a piece of property, I came from Whitehall to be out here, to raise 4 kids. I've had a good life out there, 45 years. I've got 40 acres out there that I can't do shit with now. Because the 200 acres across the street from me is gonna be warehouses. I don't know when they're gonna put them in. If you think that Williams brought that gas line across the back of this property that they're buying, it goes 19 miles across the back of the property, clear across Broad Street, clear down across Havens way to run the data center. The backup batteries cost that place $400 million. They're only good for 10 years. In the same way with this data center here, they're gonna have backup batteries. Then I please take an evening and come out by Beach Road and Morris and Graham Road. And listen to the beep, beep, beep all night long. We don't need 4-story buildings in Pataskala.
No.
We don't need any more warehouses down on Mink Road. They had a study not too long ago that they invited people to come in and to see where they wanted to put a 4-lane highway through. Whether they wanted to do it on Summit Road or Mink Road or 310 or 79. The plan is to take 4-lane highway down Mink Road clear to 70. They say it's a 5-year plan. I'm just telling you, you don't need this voting in here. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, sir.
If you think it's a shit show over there now in my backyard. I look across the street and nothing but warehouses and skyscraper.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. Thank you.
Swear to affirm the testimony about today's truth, so help me nothing but true subject.
Right, Brandon Bernard, 341 North Belmar Drive, Owensboro, Ohio, for 3068. First off, planning committee, thank you. You guys have intimidated these guys over there. You have really done a good job in making them really, do some more research. Going to your point about fire safety. So let's just say there's electrical fire and their badges won't work. What's plan B? What's plan C? What happens when everything fails? Someone's gonna die. I grew up, went to Jersey Elementary. I've seen Beach Road, I've seen Morse Road, I've seen it all change. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. You guys allow this to happen. Pataskala's gone. It's gonna be up, it's gonna be Beach Road. There's gonna be more data centers going down there, Mink, past Licking Heights, everything. It's just gonna be a shit show. Absolutely, it would be a disgrace. You guys, please put a stop to this. We as a city, we're tired of this. I'm trying to see the change around here. I remember when the fire academy in Reynoldsburg, there was a fire academy here for the area there when the tribal was there. I remember before Amazon came in, before all the warehouses. I'm tired of these warehouses. I'm tired of all this changes. We need to put a complete change to this. And please, guys, for God's sake, we don't need it here. We've had enough change, and I'm 37. My kids are 10 and 9. I hate to see them. The normal reality is warehouse here, data center here, data here, warehouse, Amazon this, Facebook this. What's going to be next? You allow this to happen, more places are going to be coming in, and we don't need it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. That's it? Okay. Next, we would normally ask the applicant if they wanted to respond to any of the comments. Need to get their attention. Nope.
We're done.
So, hearing everyone's.
Everybody, please.
Hearing everyone's concerns, we do ask for you guys to table the discussion to another meeting. We do, we can work with staff and work with commission members as far as trying to address comments related to the site and what we have on site. That's the conclusion, I guess, yeah.
So do you have a good idea of what we're looking for before you come back?
It would be helpful to hear feedback on that.
Because I know a number of things have been mentioned tonight. So,
Yeah, it would be helpful to hear feedback.
I think in our discussion, we can give him that.
Yeah.
Yeah, when,
You can get the notes. from
okay.
him.
absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So commission members, it's up for deliberation time.
Yes.
And we'll go from there. And I'll leave it open. I won't go round robin.
I had just a couple real
No
quick
problem.
points. In 2008, when they added data centers to the NAICS matrix, the average size of a data center was 25,000 square feet. So this thing that these hyperscale data centers are 50 times that. When they were added into the matrix, there was no forward thinking. There was no plan B or there was really no knowledge of how these things were going to grow and how they were going to explode. So I think that using the NICS matrix as an allowable use isn't really congruent with the whole comprehensive plan and the whole zoning code. And I think that it really needs to be taken a step back to look at that, to see if there's some other options besides using the NICS matrix as one of the qualifying documents for an approved or allowable use. Also, there's just after these guys submitted their first round on January 14th, mid-January, the Ohio House introduced a bill. It's an emergency bill. The bill summary is called "To Create the Data Center Study Commission and to Declare an Emergency." And the summary is that they want to put together a commission to have at least 4 public meetings in the next 6 months to gather testimony, to submit a report with findings and recommendations to the governor and General Assembly within 6 months. The bill is declared an emergency measure, meaning that it takes effect immediately due to the rapid, unregulated growth of data centers and the urgent need for comprehensive information for citizens, local governments, and investors. If the whole state is looking at that to put a kind of a slowdown on this so that they can kind of get a handle on it, I think that it behooves us to do the same. I think that there's just way too many unanswered questions, and we're seeing it statewide. And I'm not against data centers per se. I'm very much against the data center in this location. There are plenty of brownfield locations all over Licking County, Central Ohio, where they could put one in. This is our main thoroughfare, east-west, going through Pataskala, and I just don't think it is the right use for that location.
Tim?
I will say that there's just still a lot of unanswered questions. I loved Ann's comments about the ecosystem and the environment in those studies, questions about the stormwater being adequate, questions about utility costs. I think I gave you passed down a paper. There was a study in 2024, Carnegie Mellon, supported by the Department of Energy. The average residential impact of a data center is up 8%, peaking at 25%. That's a direct study that's been corroborated. I don't understand how we're supposed to vote on this or give a full opinion without so much information. The AEP Center, the fire department, West Licking is at ISO 1 and DCFS certified. Questions about how they're going to handle it. We don't want an accident. One life is one life too many lost. That's just how I believe. It appalls me that the applicant has paid for this property 2 years ago, assuming that this was going to pass with no contingency plan if it didn't. That bothers me. So something gave them an indication that it was going to pass. We have a process to follow, as we are now, and I'm glad to be a part of it. To the citizens that came, thank you. Thank you for speaking up. I listen, I care. As I said to the applicant at the last time they spoke, I came here for the stars. That's important to me. That's not a dollar amount. That's a reason I came to Pataskala. And while the light may be directed down, the ambient light still exists. Look out your windows, you see Columbus. And that keeps pinching closer to Pataskala. I recognize that. If our applicant wasn't going to ask, I was going to ask the Planning and Zoning Commission to move to table this in perpetuity until these studies can be completed and we know all the effects of a data center, especially so close to Pataskala. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'll go.
Sure.
Yes. They got a lot of work to do. They got to, I don't see any way to do anything without AEP showing up and answering questions. Number one. Number two, I would suggest drive around our city. Don't just worry about that one little block that you saw on a piece of paper. Drive around our city and see what these people are living in right now and dealing with. That was a little embarrassing for me to see. I'll just leave it at that. That was embarrassing. Fire station, know where the fire station is and understand some more things. So you got a lot of work to do. And I definitely think it needs to be tabled.
Okay, thank you. Everybody down this way?
Yeah, I echo the comments here. Definitely a lot of work to do. I mean, definitely the AEP. We need to talk to the fire department. A lot of these questions need to be addressed. And I think rushing into it. I mean, we're seeing, a lot of the effects with the beach road development and things like that going on. That's happens when you go through this process a little too quickly. And I definitely don't want to have that, in our community. But also just I want to understand, what's what. We hear a lot of things about the water. I feel like some numbers are a little bit low, some numbers are a little high. So what's the actual number on that we can all kind of agree on that this is what it's actually going to be. So we're working from facts there. And so, yeah, I think a lot of the comments should be, we already discussed earlier, should be in the YouTube there. So nothing more to add.
Well, obviously, we need numbers that are that are from local sources, not other states. We need to take a field trip, I think, as a commission, take a field trip to maybe that property over on Graham or elsewhere and see and feel what they're experiencing day and night. Take an actual field trip and get close up, kind of see, hear, feel what's going on. Also, the lack of information from AEP, the plan, there is no way we can, in good conscience, approve anything without knowing that. We're not going to turn it over and just hope that everything works out. Turn over our responsibility to the staff to when it's our job. So I do feel like we need to table it, and I'm all for doing it in perpetuity until we get some serious questions answered. Not only everything that's been mentioned here, but cancer studies coming out now. I mean, it's everything. And I feel like there's not enough time for us to study all of this in a month or two. It's so much, and we have so much that we don't. They're still researching, obviously. So I don't think we can make an honest whether to approve or disapprove today. That's my opinion.
I think I mirror most of the comments of the rest of the commission here in saying we need to talk to AEP. We need to find out more information about what their plans are there, and just understand this is a measure a measure twice, cut once situation, because once this goes in, like we all know that this is not something you can take back once it starts. And so, yeah, I definitely want to be careful with this.
Okay. And I think Lisa has, you will have all the information that would, I mean, you come up with a list of deliverables that, the things that stood out in just our discussion here, we need to hear from AEP, possibly more information from the fire district. You'd mentioned stormwater concerns, and then just water
EPA.
consumption in general, of the cooling system.
Wetlands, ecosystem.
Wetlands report.
Yeah. Anything else there?
No.
And if not,
At least for now.
are we ready to take an action on this?
I make a motion that we table the planned manufacturing application PM-25-001.
It's been moved that we table the application.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Frank did.
Frank, thank you. Discussion? I know, before we vote, I heard a couple people mention in perpetuity. I mean, it's really up to when they come back.
Mhm.
It's not,
Fair.
we don't set a date on,
Sure.
on when it will come back. Okay, roll call.
Mr. Truax,
Yes.
Ms. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Bush,
Yes.
Mr. Smiley,
Yes.
Mr. Boggs,
Yes.
Mr. Growing,
Yes.
Mr. Nucio.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes and the application is tabled. And we'll take a 5-minute break.
Let everybody clear out.
And
No break.
thank you again.
Let's-
Next item on the agenda, plan manufacturing application PM 25002, which is currently on the table. We ready to proceed on that? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So I'll move that we,
So we are looking at the east side.
oh, wait,
We
it's still on the
gotta
table.
take it off table.
Oh,
I'll move that we remove application PM 25002 from the table.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion, roll call.
Mr. Smiley?
Yes.
Mrs. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Truax?
Yes.
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Mr. Burry?
Yes.
Mr. Massey?
Yeah.
Okay, motion passes, and now, you got it.
we're on the east side of the Parkway, close to the intersection of the Parkway and Redfield Road. Site's just under 14.5 acres in size. Requesting a recommendation of approval of plan manufacturing application for the development of a 255,000 square foot industrial building. So look up here, this is the site in question at Parkway on the west, the intersection of Refugee and Etna here to the south. So again, the property has frontage on Etna Parkway to the west. Currently, it's vacant used for agricultural purposes. We're requesting approval of the PN application allow for construction of a spec industrial building with site improvements. Structure itself is 300 by 800 feet in size, 47 feet from the top of the highest point of parapet, setback about 60 feet from the front property line, almost 80 feet from the south side property line, 250 feet from the north side property line, and 52.84 feet from the rear or east property line. Here's a look at the renderings for the building that was submitted by the applicant. So parking on the south side structure is going to be 175 vehicle parking spaces, 25 feet from the south side property line. Loading docks are going to be on the north side. There's going to be about 46 of those, 115 feet from the north side property line, and then an access road along the rear of the structure. Here's a look at the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. So we're going to have vehicle parking on the south, wrapping around to the living bays on the north side. Perimeter screening on the frontage, there's going to be an undulating mound, 4 to 6 feet in height, 168 trees. The interior screening, there's going to be 22 trees throughout the south vehicle parking area and also a little bit on the north side on the bay, loading bays. Here's a look at the landscaping plan that was submitted by the applicant. So you'll see the undulating mound along the frontage, trees spread throughout the parking area, and one area over here by the access to the bid traffic impact study that was completed and approved by the city's traffic engineer, which is included with their application there. They implemented the following improvements. North access, the loading dock is going to have full access. They're going to widen the pavement on the west side of the parkway and the southbound left turn lane. There'll be another full access to the south vehicle park. Here's kind of a closer look at that. So widen the parkway here on the west side and add a southbound left turn. We have stormwater based on north side of proposed development. No signage included with this proposal. Here's a look at the photometric plan that was included by the applicant. Here's another rendering of what that proposed building might look like. Planning and zoning would offer the following comments. So we completed a list, full review. The comments are included in your staff report there. Those that have been addressed or struck through. Any remaining and additional comments are read. We did receive a variance from the BZA last year, and that was from section 125305 C5A, which reduced the required rear yard setback from landscape requirements when adjacent to a lot occupied by residential use. Pursuant to section 1253.12, the Planning and Zoning Commission has to review the application and provide a recommendation to City Council. So if it's approved by City Council and the applicant submits their construction plans, which is site engineering, they did submit a traffic impact study, which was reviewed and approved by the Public Service Department and the city engineer, with the left turn lane being warranted. A few items of note from attached staff review. Photometric plan and site plan don't match up. There's some lights that are shown in the site plan that aren't accounted for in the photometric plan. The ADA space size needs to be bumped up a little bit. Some other minor adjustments needed. 12.305 or excuse me, 06 for PNC, all public water. If there is no public sewer available, they may use a septic system until sewer is available, which it is on that parkway. Per the Licking Regional Water District, they said they have sufficient capacity. They just aren't going to guarantee that until they sign a development agreement and know what the sewer is going to go in there.
They'll need to do all that before they get occupancy of the facility. So this is a spec build. The end user is currently unknown. There's several additional items that need to be addressed prior to occupancy, that being the trash compactor and or receptacle location, the exterior mechanical equipment, whether that be cooling, pumps, generators, et cetera, and screening for that equipment, any fences and accessory buildings, and site. Public Service Department has the following comments. So the storm calculation and basic details are going to be looked at further with the construction plans process. Details of proposed turn lane on the parkway will be reviewed during the construction plan process. And 3, it appears all other comments that they had have been addressed. The city engineer, which in this case is GPD, they had some comments on fire and storm line adjustments, storm sewer inlet adjustments, and some calculations appeared a little low on the storm line management plan, but those will be fully looked at in the construction plans. Lincoln Regional said they have sufficient capacity available. They're just not going to guarantee it until they know exactly what's going in there. Did receive any of the departments from any other comments or any other departments or agencies. Surrounding properties are all zoned PM. To the north, is currently vacant use for agricultural purposes. To the east is a residential use and agricultural use. To the south is Thayer Power and Communications. To the west, currently vacant use for agricultural purposes. Should the planning and zoning commission choose to recommend approval after this request, may be considered. The object shall address all comments of the planning and zoning department, public service department, and the city engineer, and the Lincoln Regional Water District. If you have any questions, Pat, answer.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Start with Jerry.
I have no questions just at this moment.
Okay, and I have none at this point. Alex?
Not for your staff. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Not for staff.
Great.
The undulating mound, do you know how high that is? Like the top of the mound or from the road?
The top of the mound would be at 6 feet, and the lowest point would be at 4 feet. So that could go up and down at a 3-to-1 slope, and then the top of the mound, whether that be at 4 and 6 feet, has to be between 2 and 4 feet.
And in relationship to the road, because if the property slopes away, will that still?
So basically the height of the mound is based off the finished floor elevation of the building. Wherever the build, like the foundation of the building is going to be, that's where we measure the height of the mound.
Okay. Do you know what that elevation is?
I off the top of my
Okay.
head.
All right.
Excuse me, sir.
All right. I'll stop with that. And then the signage, I'm guessing that wasn't provided because they don't have an applicant in there yet, or a tenant? Is that the reason for?
Tenant dependent, yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the site coverage is, that number?
Oh,
Okay.
I don't top of my head, I'm sorry, I know.
Okay, that's all right. I think I just started asking that. All right, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. David?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, thanks. Tim?
No.
No? Okay, then next we'll go to the applicant.
Hello, everyone. Michael Roach for 2550 Corporate Exchange Drive, Columbus, Ohio. Happy to take any questions you guys may have. We looked at everything you guys kind of addressed with us last time. Happy to take any additional questions. But the only thing I would promise with is with the regional discussions of capacity. The last developer agreement is the last thing that we need. Is that when we look at that specifically, that we can't get that agreement in hand until after the full construction document perfect is in hand. So that would come well after this planning commission and state council. So beyond that, we give conservative estimates on our capacities, and they seem welcoming to that number. So happy to take any questions.
Okay.
Frank,
yeah.
40.3%.
Okay.
Oh. Thanks. Do you have any concerns about the updated staff report this time around? I mean, any of the things that were mentioned there that are still pending?
Yeah, the only thing, this with the construction plans, but well, it sounds like there's some questions with the critical storm, with the stormwater calculations. We can take a look at that and 100% analyze that once we get to that design. But, I feel pretty comfortable overall with our stormwater design. It's just something we need to get to when we get deeper into the process.
Okay, thank you. Alex?
Can you come back? I'm actually looking for something right now, and
Okay. Yeah,
Sure. Hi. Same question for you that we had for the previous applicant. Have you had any environmental impact studies done?
Yeah, so I figured this would come up as well. So we did do wetlands and water determination. Came back to no wetlands on site, no ditches, no streams. So we looked at the environmental impacts. We also did a phase 1 environmental assessment, which my understanding of that is they go through and they look at the history of the site. They go out and see is there any potential for, like an example where something was triggered in the previous project, like if there was oil counts on the site previously. So they go through and check is there any chance of something like that having existed on the site, and nothing came back from phase 1.
Okay. All right, good. And then I have a specific question about this property. So we did the traffic impact study, right? But I want to know, and maybe this is a question for staff regarding moving the trailers around on the property. We have a situation on Mink Street with a developer who likes to move those around in the street, on Mink Street, and reorganize them. So they take up, they block traffic, they're slow, they use those terminal tractors, I think they're called, or something like that. And they might go 35 miles an hour, they might go 30, so they're a nuisance. So is there any way, maybe I need to ask staff this, that we can put a conditional use that tractors cannot be rearranged using the street? They have to stay on their property if they need to move the trailers around?
From a zoning standpoint, we can't enforce anything within the public right of way. So if we find that the tractors are doing it and blocking traffic, planning and zoning department can do nothing. That would be the call to the police department to say they're inhibiting traffic.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
But can we put in a conditional use that they will not move their trailers around in the road? And if they do, then they're breaking the law. And then we can enforce the law.
It's kind of already in the code, because the police would then, I mean, we could put a condition that say you can't do that, but it's already a law that you can't.
Oh, it is, but so we need to call the police on the ones on Main Street.
That's correct. So if they're
Okay.
inhibiting traffic, you would call the police, because planning and zoning can't do anything within the public right of way.
Okay.
Because correct me if I'm not wrong, he could drive right up to the roundabout and turn around and go right back in, turn around, right?
Yeah, they can drive on the street.
He could drive on the street, go to the roundabout, come back in.
As long as the vehicle is a street legal vehicle.
State legal,
Yeah,
yeah.
as long as
Technically, they can, as long as they do not inhibit traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they are slow.
So it's hard to put something like that in there because he could just
Oh, that
go
answers my
2 blocks
question.
around.
Yeah,
and-
it does help
But-
as well. I think the last commission meeting, I think you had brought that up as well.
Yeah.
So we actually reran our truck turning movements to make sure that they have adequate turning space for the large truck.
See, now that's being a community member. Thank you. See, somebody listens to me.
What?
Thank you.
It was there. It was there.
All right, that's all I have.
Thanks. Brent?
Let's see. Public twice. I may have asked this last time, as far as the height of the mound in relationship to the road. I think it's the same application. I think you were said they're about level with each other.
Yeah,
Is that
so
correct?
that was actually something I took a look at too. The roadway is about at elevation 1081 is about the roadway.
Uh-huh.
We have the mound following starting at the building finished floor now, which is 1082-ish. So
Okay.
that mound will go up.
Slightly higher than-
Yeah,
okay,
so it'll go
all right.
slightly higher.
Good. And then signage is the signage missing from the plan because you're waiting on a tenant there?
Yeah, so that's still kind of up in the air. It could be down the line, I understand, we'll have to do a separate sign determination.
Okay. All right.
That's understood.
Yeah, so there'll be a separate, that's how it'll be. When they add a sign, it'll go through a separate permitting process. Is that? Okay.
That's correct.
Got it. Thank you. That's all I got.
Okay, thanks. Are you ready?
There was a mention to the equipment in the slides. I couldn't find it in here. That's what I was hoping for. And like where the different equipment is going to be placed around the site? Any
So-
questions on that?
Because it's a spec build, they don't know who's gonna be in there, it's not on the plan, and we don't know. We'll
Okay.
just need that information before we give to the clients whatever use is gonna go in there. So,
Gotcha. Okay,
Acme
okay.
truck is gonna go in there, we need to know all that stuff before we sign off.
Gotcha. All right. And is there, I guess, from your understanding of historical developments, y'all plan for spaces for that depending on the type of clients that y'all will receive?
Yeah, so a lot of the previous projects that we've done, almost identical to something like this. They'll either shove it right up against the building in the middle, which I believe is where we kind of have it shown now for compactor location, or we'll kind of put it over by driving right to the sides. So I think we added a note that if we were to relocate that, fully understand, we need to get approval on that. Make sure it's
Wonderful. That was it.
Okay, thanks. David?
I don't think that the renderings and the drawings you showed comply with the architectural standards for the planning, plan manufacturing zoning. One of the things says facade colors shall be muted earth tones and be coordinated to complement each other. This is blue. Blue's not an earth tone. Also says fenestration themes that employ windows, panels, and piers that are consistent with architectural vocabulary of the building are encouraged. There's barely any fenestration on this facility, and any kind of attempt at architectural modulation or massing changes or anything that would actually be architectural. So I think it really falls short for the architectural standards.
That would be something we'd be open to conversing with, if there'd be an issue with.
Well, colors and fenestration and kind of things to help to break down the varying scale of a long distribution center.
May I make a comment on that? I prefer the color black.
Okay.
Black absorbs, and it just kind of disappears into the landscape. So it's not as offensive as a huge white, gray, whatever. So our standards do say earth tones, grays, greens, browns, whatever. The black, to me, is ideal. Just a suggestion, but you do it, as long as you're within code. But if you look at the limited building on Broad Street, or is it Broad? Yeah.
Yeah.
Down in Reynoldsburg, you can see how it just kind of fades. You don't really even notice it.
Sure.
Because it's black. But, all right, that's it.
Thank you. Anything else, David?
No.
No? Tim?
Thank you for listening to the staff concerns and responding to them. Appreciate it. Only question I have is around the sewer and storm drains. Are you prepared to, if there is any inadequacies, are you prepared to bring them to standard or whatever you need to do there?
Certainly, yeah. So when we get to the construction phase, we'll hit every single code requirement. It's all the city of Columbus, which is a stricter code requirement than some other local jurisdictions around. So we'll absolutely know the requirements and provide calculations from our report. I think we provide a kind of a preliminary plan and that kind of weighs out our requirements, but something like the storm sewers themselves, those would be getting deeper into calculations. But yeah, we absolutely plan on matching with that.
All right. I'm good. Jerry?
If and when it's approved, when are you planning on breaking ground?
So, developer is not able to do here tonight. My understanding is summertime is what they're shooting for, but I don't know how the timing works for that, as of right now. But that was the original discussions I had was one of the dates.
Okay. Keep in mind when you're doing, and again, I know you're going to follow the foliage that that's picked out for the vegetation and that, but keep in mind that we get 6 months of no leaves too, along with 6 months of leaves. It'd be nice to make sure we have some coverage even in the wintertime.
You got it.
That's all I have.
Okay, thanks.
I completely forgot. This is the property that you plan to access the, what's that water that runs through there that they were planning on
diverting around.
Not French. What's the creek that runs through
Muddy Fork.
Muddy Fork?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're still planning on accessing that, or is that
Yeah, so.
stormwater, or what do you need? to
That's just stormwater, so our site releases to, it kind of pretty much, there's an unnamed ditch on the northeast side of our site that our whole kind of site kind of goes to. So with our stormwater coding calculations, following all the requirements of EPA and everyone with water quality, we're gonna meet the requirements to release the water to where it already goes to today, at or below where it already releases at a flow rate. So anything, every storm events will be approved where it is today. And that's all following per code EPA water quality requirements.
So you're going to actually send less water?
It'll be the same amount, but the flow rate will go down so it'll avoid,
Okay.
like blowing out someone's ditch behind their house or anything.
Yeah. Okay, good. So that went through all the inspections,
I think that
permitting. Okay.
more detailed sign off comes in the permitting, final permitting process for this.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything else? No. Okay, discussion amongst ourselves then? Thank you, by the way. Yeah. Any discussion, deliberation time?
Speakers? Yeah, I want David's comments there about the, adding a little more variation there, like against these, I was trying to remember how the code was written on that as far as if it's all streets or if it's like the main thoroughfares, but I think it probably applies either way. So yeah, that's definitely a consideration there. I'd like to see some improvements on that. And the colors.
Yeah.
So it says in the architectural standards, paragraph S says, all building elevations shall be designed to be compatible with each other and to reflect a consistent design approach. So they don't all have to be the same, but they're all four sides have to be compatible. And then it says,
What's that per? What was that you're saying?
it's the architectural standards in the planned manufacturing district.
And what section? Or is it
Paragraph
just a?
S. The code section is 1253.
1, 2, what?
53.
And you said it's S?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to add that in as another condition? Does that work for?
Yeah, and I would probably defer to David to say, how would you like that condition crafted aside from the applicant show me the architectural standards? There's more specifics that we could add in. I mean, we talk about earth tone colors and the proposed blue is not completely in line with that.
Right. And then fenestration themes is mentioned in the standards, employ windows, panels, and piers to create some, to break up the massing of the facade.
Okay, so I'm thinking that the applicant shall utilize muted earth tone colors and be coordinated to complement each other, and additional fenestration themes that employ windows,
Panels, piers.
piers, and just kind of grab those two verbatim from here and
Yeah.
add it as a condition.
Anything else? Yeah, so I was going to say, anything
I
else?
know.
Do we feel comfortable? Or do we have anybody from?
As I said, we have any speaker requests for this?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, just, do you guys feel comfortable handling that through a condition, or would you like to see the actual, architectural changes? That'd be my only thought.
I'm okay with the,
I trust staff to
Yeah, I'm okay with the condition.
follow it through.
yeah,
Okay.
that one's going to stand out if it's not right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not, I don't know.
This will go to council
next.
Right,
Right.
right,
Council.
right.
Yeah.
So we should probably have a plan drawing ready for them to actually be able to look at and see what it's gonna look like.
That'll be up to council. Unless you want them to unless you want to table it and have them show you a new elevations before you make a recommendation to council. Otherwise, if it's moved with this condition, then council can say their decision that should they approve it, like, okay, your elevations need to be updated to meet this condition, or when it gets to council, they can table it and say, give me the updated elevations to show you meet this condition. So that'll be kind of, there's multiple different paths at this point, depending on how you'd like to go.
I'm personally okay with making it a condition.
Yeah.
I agree.
Let them
Yeah.
work on it before it gets to council, or when it gets to council. Let council decide whether they need it right away.
I'm torn because council is brand new. Council has, I don't know.
Well, maybe it's better.
If we're,
Might be.
we're ready
I'm
to,
kind of torn. I kind of want to
We
see
can
it.
put a motion and then we vote it down or pass it.
so we're ready for motion?
I think so. I'll make a motion that we recommend approval to city council of plan manufacturing application PM-25-002 pursuant to section 1253.10 Pataskala code with the following two conditions. You need me to state the conditions or?
Yep.
Okay.
Number 2.
Okay. Following two conditions. One, the applicant shall address all comments from Planning and Zoning Department, the Public Service Department, and City Engineer, and the Licking County Regional Water. And number two,
You can read that.
thank you, sir. Applicant shall utilize muted earth tones and be coordinated to complement each other and shall utilize what's that? Fenestration themes that employ windows, panels, and piers that are consistent with the architectural vocabulary of the building. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I read that before I make my?
Is fenestration a word? Is that your word?
It's a vocabulary. It was
That's a new one for me. I like it.
It's 11 o'clock at night.
your
It's a
G's and
word.
Y's don't always
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor,
Second.
and we have second. Any dis-
The applicant,
Just wanted to briefly say, we will certainly fast track an updated architectural layout for them to
Thank
look
you.
at before council meeting, so we can absolutely prioritize getting that out. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Any discussion on the motion to recommend approval with those two conditions?
I didn't do that, I'm sorry, I didn't have a
Second.
Second?
Second.
Yeah,
Yes.
Tim. Okay, so we're ready for a vote.
Roll call?
Yep.
Mr. Burring,
No.
Mr. Bobs,
Yes.
Mr. Smiley,
Yes.
Mr. Bush,
Yes.
Ms. Rogers,
No.
Mr. Truax,
Yes.
Mr. Messina.
yes.
And motion passes. That'll go to council. Probably in April, right? I mean, we never know for sure based on their schedule, but
I penciled it in for March 2nd. I think I can make that work, but I think I told you to get it to the paper, then it gets in the paper, and then the meeting. And I kind of played that game and got to March 2nd, but I'll confirm as we move forward.
Absolutely. That'll be part of the update. Perfect. Thank you.
okay, moving on in the agenda, item D, Transportation Corridor Overlay District, TCOD 25001, currently on the table. Ready to move on that. I'll move that we remove TCOD application, TCOD 25001 from the table.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Smiley?
Yes.
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Mr. Drury?
Yes.
Mr. Nucio?
Yes.
Ms. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Schuler?
Yes.
Motion passes and you're up.
All right, so location of this is at 14652 East Broad Street. The site is just over 3.3 acres in size. It's currently zoned EB general business. The applicant requested approval of a TCOD to allow for construction of an outdoor vehicle storage facility. Take a look up here. This is the parcel in question outlined in yellow. The frontage up here on Broad Street, you can see it's kind of a flag lot, with the main acreage being back in the rear. So property is vacant, undeveloped. It's about 2.45 acres in the rear, with the remaining acreage frontage on Broad Street. There's two intermittent streams in the property, to the far north and to the middle. The adjacent parcels to the west are also under common ownership by the property owner. So the proposal is approval of a TCOD application for the construction of an outdoor vehicle storage facility. Additional use was approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals on March 12, 2024. So site statistics, again, we're just over 3.3 acres in size. Pre-development impervious is 0.13, or 0.10, which is about 3% of the site. Post-development impervious is at 1.77 acres, or about 53% of the site. Setbacks from the front are going to be 50 feet to the paved area from the front property line. On the east side, that's 10 feet to the paved area. That was allowed by variance 24012. On the west side, it's greater than 10 feet, although the exact dimension wasn't given. The minimum on this side is 10 feet, pursuant to that previous variance as well. And on the north side, the minimum is 20, and what it's proposed at is 25 feet. So here's a look at the total proposed site. At the parking area here. There's two access points on Broad Street, a one-way in and a one-way out. This was previously a single 28 feet wide two-way entrance. Each of those lanes is going to be 20 feet in width, and they're going to combine to a single access, which gets to the storage area. There's going to be asphalt paved. Here's a closer look at those. So one going in, one going out. Gate. Asphalt milling paved parking surface is going to be in the outdoor vehicle storage facility. This is allowed by variance 24017. There's going to be 78 storage spaces within this area. That's down from the previous 83. Each of those is going to be 30 feet long by 12 feet wide. Lighting is going to be 20-foot tall, full mounted lights. Actually, there's going to be four. Excuse me, I messed that up a little bit there. Two in the middle of the parking area, one in the northwest end of the front parking area, and then one at the front here at the entrance. So two in the rear, one at the top of the front parking area, and one at the access here. So for landscaping and screening on the south side along the frontage, you're going to have L2. On the east side, there's 8 trees, which is reduced from 9. The request is to use the existing vegetation for the remainder of the screening there. On the south side, where it's adjacent to residential, they're requesting to use the existing vegetation for screening. On the west side, they're requesting to use the existing vegetation as screening. And on the north side, there's also request to use the existing vegetation as screening, an additional 1 tree around the entire perimeter of the outdoor storage area. That's going to be a 6-foot tall privacy fence. So these. On the front is going to be L2, which is a 3-foot tall hedgerow with a tree along the front of the developed area. Some trees along the side here. This lighter green is where they're proposing to use the existing screening, their existing vegetation as screening. Again, the whole area is going to be encompassed by a 6-foot tall privacy screen. There'll be 2 stormwater ponds, one on the west side of the front parking area, one on the south side of the rear parking area, as well as 2 stream impacts. We're proposing to pipe in 46 feet of the south stream, 36 feet wide, and 37 feet of the north stream. So here's a look at that. So there's a stormwater pond here on the south side of the rear parking area. the west side of the front parking area, piping in a small section of stream here to get across, and then piping in a larger section here in the rear. Planning and zoning would offer the following comments. Staff has completed a review of the proposed development attached to your staff report there. So any comments that have been addressed from the previous submittal will be struck through. Any remaining additional comments are highlighted in red. For lighting, we'll need to see the fixture types. They have to be cut off downcast type fixtures that can't create nuisance glare on adjoining properties. Pursuant to section 1239.05F, sidewalks have to be provided on each developed parcel before upon change of use. No adjacent networks exist. The applicant may pay a fee in lieu of the determination of the city administrator or the designee along Broad Street. The required sidewalk is an 8-foot wide asphalt path. In this case, since there's a narrow frontage and that sidewalk will not connect to the existing network, fee in lieu will be used. Regarding the perimeter screening, so the northwest, northeast corner and the south side of the rear storage area are adjacent to residential uses, which requires L3 or L4 type screening. That's a 6-foot tall, 100% opaque screen with one tree every 30 feet. The applicant's requesting to use the existing trees as part of the screening for the above areas, in addition to the 6-foot tall privacy fence that's proposed. Any tree that is dead, diseased, or otherwise damaged will be replaced with a tree of a 2.5-inch caliper. Previous submittals to the BZA had included a tree survey showing the existing trees, which is not included as part of this application. However, the Planning and Zoning Commission may approve this as proposed. The applicant shall provide tree protection for those areas during the construction process pursuant to section 1283.02. And we'll need to show those details on the construction plan. Conditions of approval from the conditional use 2024. That was address all comments. That's currently in progress. We're working on that right now. They'll have to be all completely addressed prior to permitting. Second one was the conditional use has to be carried out within 6 months of the date of approval. The applicant is carrying out the conditional use by actively working towards the approval with this. 3, all permitted installations have to be kept in neat orderly condition. That one's going to be enforced throughout the life of the use. So if we ever receive a complaint, the zoning inspector would visit the site and enforce that. 4, no lighting shall constitute a nuisance and shall in no way impact the safe movement of traffic. They'll need to provide us with the fixture types and the output limits to confirm that. And again, this will be enforced throughout the life of the use. If there is ever an issue, the zoning inspector can go out and address that. And 5, a traffic impact study shall be required. So the traffic impact study was submitted to the city. It was reviewed and approved by the city's traffic engineer and the public service department. The traffic impact study showed no improvements were warranted. Public Service Department had the following comments. So, 1, they recognize there was some ambiguity of the previous comments regarding the Army Corps of Engineering and OTA approvals, but they do have significant concerns with flooding issues for the upstream adjacent properties if the northern stream is piped in, reducing the flow volume of this drainage path. Second comment was that they'd like to receive what was provided to the Army Corps of Engineers for review based on tributary areas that they noticed during the review. 3, the concern is that the proposed grading north of the northern stream may potentially cause flooding to the northern adjacent properties. The 4th comment is that 2 access to Broad Street will not be allowed. A secondary emergency only access would be permitted, however. And the 5th comment, a traffic impact study was submitted and approved with no improvements warranted on Broad Street. 6th comment was that tributary areas shown for both stream culverts appear to be significantly less than what we believe to be accurate, over 100 acres or more on the south culvert, 30 acres for the north culvert. The undersized culverts will likely cause flooding issues for neighboring and upstream properties. The city engineer had the following comment: the tributary map area to the northern stream must be confirmed. It appears that the tributary area shown is inaccurate. Supply additional information on how the tributary area was determined. See the attached stream stats, which is attached to your staff report there, for area that is believed to be actual tributary. Did not receive any comments from any other departments or agencies. Surrounding properties to the north is zoned R20, medium density residential, which is currently single family homes. On the east side, you've got general business, which is currently a church, and R20 medium density residential, which is currently a CPA's office. On the south side across Broad Street, right there, you have general business, which is the applicant's other properties. Across Broad Street, you have general business, which is apartments and many warehouses. On the west side, you have general business, which is single family homes, and it's R20 medium density residential that are subdivided properties. Should the Planning and Zoning Commission choose to recommend approval of the applicant's request, the following conditions may be considered. Applicant address all comments from planning and zoning staff, the city engineer, and the public service department. That shouldn't be recommended there. You're just approving this one. No recommendations involved with the TCOD. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Alex?
The stream issue, like, what would that be as far as, woo, hey,
That got me earlier.
as far as like, would that need to go, alterations to the plans obviously need to happen based on what they're describing there, because like, we don't want to cause issues with the surrounding area, right? But is that part of this, or would that need to be addressed at a different time?
So from what I understand, Public Service Department and the city engineer, when they looked at the tributary areas that were shown in the stormwater management plan, the areas that were shown in their plan, our Public Service Department and city engineer believe those to be larger than what was shown.
Correct.
So there'd be more water coming into that stream and going through that pipe. So they believe because of that, it's probably undersized and that they'll need to address that in some way, and they want to see the tributary areas provided to see what will need to be done to address that.
And so that would be something we need to address with this today.
It's up to you guys. It could be addressed with the construction plans. If you want to have that addressed before you make a decision, you can do that as well.
Okay. That was it. That's the thing that
I guess I have questions for the applicant.
Frank?
Do you know what material they're using for the privacy screens?
I did find me a question, so yeah.
That's all I have.
David?
I don't have any.
No? Tim?
One simple one. I know there was no comments or questions from CERT Public Services is with boats, cars, I'm assuming being stored back there. Is there a requirement or a need for a Knox box? Or is it already in the plans? I just didn't see anything on there about it.
I'm assuming it likely be a requirement, but the fire district didn't comment on this application.
Gotcha.
Jerry?
And I don't know, there was just a part in here that it said remove trash pile. Do we know what that trash pile was? Was there any environmental done, or is that something for the applicant? I just, when I see trash pile, you never know what's trash pile
Yeah,
consists of.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay. Broken asphalt, dirt pile, but then it says trash pile, so. Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty specific about the asphalt
Yeah.
and the dirt.
Yeah,
and the
but not
other
on
ones, yeah.
trash pile, yes. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, next we'll go to the applicant. Lisa will swear you in first.
I thought I'd be doing this till 11:15 at night.
The same here, trust us.
Happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay,
regarding-
first start with your name and address.
Sorry, my name is Richard Main. I'm the attorney for the property owner of Tywin Island, 23 East Church Street, North Ohio.
Okay, thanks.
My name is Tywin Island. I live at the City Police Department in Pataskala.
All right. So you're here to answer questions, basically, so.
Regarding the tributary and stream getting piped in, we had worked with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to get permitting for that. And I'm guessing sometime between that process and the city's review, there was a discrepancy that appeared in the tributary size. But that is something that we're going to address prior to the construction phase. We're working with our engineers currently to get that resolved. Figure out how that happened and how we can address it.
Okay. Alex?
I'll let Ann start.
There's Ann.
Okay, hi. All right, so it looks like you are paving over a stream.
We're
There
creating a
is.
culvert that goes.
There's a stream right there and you're paving right over it.
Two, actually.
Two of them,
Two, yeah.
two of them.
they're being touched.
And the disturbance is that you're gonna disturb it. And you're gonna send water to the neighboring homes north of you. That's the concern.
And I appreciate that concern. We have had a delineation survey done. We have worked with the Army Corps of Engineers. We have to get their approval for these plans for that, for piping in those streams. And we have gotten that necessary approval to do that. And in that, they conducted their study and review to ensure that we wouldn't be causing issues for neighboring properties.
But the city has concerns about that.
Yeah.
So I think we're okay, we're clear on that. So, did you also have were there any issues with, an environmental delineation report? Did you submit anything like that? Or was that what caused them to come out there? Or, do we know if there are any wildlife there that need to be protected?
So the delineation report included the endangered bat species and, sorry, it's kind of late, but there wasn't any wetlands or endangered species that were going to be on the property, and they were found. We were only going to operate from, I think it was April 1st to September 1st was the construction window for that, but the property was cleared. And I know that we had it submitted with this application and it had already been reviewed. So I don't know if that answers everything. But.
So there are bats on?
No, there was no.
There are no bats.
Endangered species.
There are no
or
endangered.
wetlands found.
Okay, all right.
So that took care of that.
Okay, good. All right. That's all I have.
Frank? Do you have a sense of how you're going to be addressing kind of preliminary the drainage issue?
I guess once we work with both the city planning office and the Army Corps of Engineers to figure out where the discrepancy is and what the actual amount is, I imagine the culverts would need to be expanded some amount to be able to accommodate that.
Okay. So you don't think there's going to be any kind of like retention ponds or anything like that?
So we have multiple retention ponds
Okay.
included in the plans.
Okay.
As to whether or not, how much those would need to be expanded, I'm not sure on that. But that's something we would work to address prior to any construction approval.
Okay. And then the material you're using for the privacy screen, talk to that a little bit.
It's just going to be a solid black metal fence that's 100%, you can't see through it.
Okay.
I think it was against code to use chain link, so we ended up going with a solid core, almost like a barn panel, but same material type.
Okay.
It's a little more modern.
Kind of like, I'm trying to think what that would look like.
It's like an updated panel that's metal.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay, just like a panel. Okay.
It was on one of the previous applications. It's just not.
Okay, got it. I think that's all the questions I had.
Okay, thank you. David?
I don't have any questions.
Nope. Nothing? Jerry?
The trash pile still has me, did you guys have any studies done as to what that trash is or what is it?
Where's that?
There's a little circle.
You got a circle and it says trash pile.
Because this is the first time seeing this.
No.
Yeah. I could probably.
Yeah, it says trash pile there. I mean, the other ones talked about asphalt, broken asphalt, and that one says trash.
So, okay, I know exactly what this is. We had a eviction on the property because I own several other houses that are combined on this, and some of the tenants threw a bunch of stuff back in that open field.
Do you know what that is, or
It's removed now. It was like a couch and maybe a bed, but it was disposed of.
so it
months
wasn't
ago.
paint
So
and things
I
like
think
that?
no,
or
it wasn't anything along those lines.
Oil?
No, there's a couple tree stumps that sit there, and
So nothing that could get into the stream?
No,
or
no, no,
to-
no.
Well,
It was just
to the
some
culvert?
leftover clothes, and I know there's a dresser and some other stuff, but it was,
Okay.
you know, one of the things I deal with.
Good riddance, right?
Disgruntled things.
Yeah.
You know, other than lighting, because that's always my pet peeve when a business comes in and that you have trees there, but what happens when the trees fall or whatever?
So there's a combination of, and I don't know,
Especially again, I talk about leaves and winter and they got 6 months of
Right.
bright lights shining right into your
The-
house.
the residential foliage, in that 25-foot window, I had a tree survey by Allen Arbor, and we're gonna use that existing screening that's there that's a lot greater than the city's requirement, 2.5 inches in every 30 feet. There's quite a bit of trees. I think there's 121 surrounding the property, and we're gonna try to integrate, especially on that residential side, the existing stuff, because there's 2-foot round maple and some other stuff. So that area should be covered fairly well with, and I don't know all the types. Some of it could be perennial and some of it could be, year round stuff, but it'll be above the requirement that L304.
Okay. No more.
Yeah, but if they're mature trees, then there may not be branches down near the ground,
Mhm.
and that may be not blocking the view.
Well, that's where that 6-foot privacy fence would also come into play. I think help with some of that lower area, but, and again, we had previous pictures with the delineation survey that has already been reviewed and was approved with that, so it should be above the L304 requirement, well above that.
Okay. What's your plan on the driveway? Since the
I think we've gone back and forth with this with the city on past plans. We originally one exit, and then we were asked to change it. And we changed it to 2, and now we're asked to change it back. So good news is we've already got the plans to change it back to a single entrance and exit, but we'll address that comment. That makes sense that you don't want an entrance and an exit that close together on problem.
Yeah, I think the second driveway or second access is probably in the fire district.
Excuse me, sorry.
And that original single access plan had a second emergency access.
Okay.
required.
And then I have to ask, the name of the business?
It's Reynoldsburg Outdoor
Yeah.
Storage.
Why Reynoldsburg?
It's a Reynoldsburg address, I guess.
Yeah, but you're in
Yeah,
Pataskala.
Yeah, that's just something that was, I guess, put on there. It's the postal
It
code.
could be negotiated.
Well, yeah,
I mean, it
yeah.
wasn't something that's.
Like I said,
I
that's
throw something in there.
that's not part of our approval process. It just caught my attention. I mean, if you decided to outsource your administration to somebody in Cincinnati that had a post office box, you wouldn't call it Cincinnati Outdoor Storage
Sure.
just because of the address. So just a thought. Anything else from anybody for the applicant?
What's the distance from the gate to the street?
So it was, I ended up, we're signing over some of the right of way. It was set at 75 feet. I think it got moved to 50 feet with gaining, or the city gaining that right of way. I went and signed that over for the fire hydrant access. So I think it was set to 50 feet.
Feel there's plenty of room for trailers pulling in there with long boats or anything that could possibly stick out into broad or any issues there?
No, so it's 50 feet from the edge of that right of way, which is then another, I believe, 25 feet. to the
Okay,
edge of
good
the road.
deal. Okay.
So we shouldn't have any.
There shouldn't be any traffic impeding.
In that process, we accounted for, so it was discussed, our original, I can't remember if it was the BZA hearing or the original hearing in front of you all, that Rod would be expanding at some point. So we tried to account for that in that space.
Good. Other questions for the applicant at this time?
There's a question about the Knox box for fire access. Is there going to be anything like that? That they can get in?
I know we've discussed with fire previously, and
I don't even know what that is, to be honest, but
it allows them to get into the gate in case of.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
If that's something that they require, then we'll come.
it can get brought up to them, it shouldn't be an issue. Or my discussion with the fire chief was where the hydrant was gonna go, so.
We work with them extensively on the hydrant location.
I know that, it looks like there's only 2 light poles on the site, but I think they're still required to submit a photometric plan to show where the.
So the PCD doesn't specifically require that we see a photometric plan, but we'll need to see what the fixtures are gonna be and what they're gonna look like.
And per the conditional use provision, they will be the downcast lighting to make sure that there's no.
Yeah, there's 2. I doubt if they're gonna be spilling out very far over outside the property, but I just didn't know if that was another, just a checkbox we need to make sure that we're kind of covered.
Anything else at this time? Okay, stand by, stand by. Do we have speaker request forms here?
Yes.
Okay. I thought we might.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about this speech, that you can make it up to yourself that I do. I do the plans and your address.
Hi, excuse me. I'm Sandra Ellswood, and I'm 279 Woodbridge, Pataskala. I am the North property resident. I do have grave also in process. First of all, when they first submitted the plan, this has been going on. This I've got 2.5 years. When they first submitted their plan, they neglected to mention there was even a creek back there. I spoke up and said something, and then several city officials did a site visit apparently. That is a blue line stream. It is a runoff of, it is a blue line stream from Blackman Creek watershed. And my understanding was it was supposed to be 25 feet from the middle of the creek went back and 25 feet going forward. They're saying 25 feet period. That means they're gonna fill in the creek. And I'll show you a picture from my view of my back door. Their property is 4 foot higher than mine. When you get to the creek, there's a 4 foot drop off. And then there's the creek, and then my property is down at the bed of the creek. They kind of answered my question, because I thought they were gonna stay 50 foot, 25 foot on each. But if they're coming back 25 foot, that's gonna be filled in the creek, and that's probably what the drainage pipe is. So if they come 25 foot, that's gonna be 4 foot to 5 foot high from my property. I have a 6 foot fence. They're I'm gonna have 1 foot from their elevation. What would cause animals to jump over that? I don't know. What is gonna be the retaining wall to keep that filled up and pushing in to my property? I don't know, that wasn't on the plan. That's a big concern to me. The shielded lights that point down that they are speaking of, I believe there was 3 or 4 on the plans, and I think they mentioned 2. And 2 were at the rear, which is on the north side. I know this is gonna lower my property value. I moved there from Reynoldsburg to get out of that, living in a private area. I bought this place in 2021. When the housing market was, you had to bid on a house immediately, a lot of money over. I neglected to see that was so commercial. That's my fault. And I feel slightly embarrassed that I did not know I could submit pictures. And I printed some out that I want to talk about. I made 5 copies, I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's fine, we can share.
That is a view from my living room.
Pass these down for y'all.
So I can see right through it. 6 months out of the year, I can see everything. In the summer, when the leaves are on, it's fairly, covered. But if they remove any trees, it's gonna cause a problem. The second picture is a blown up of the horse. And you can see my railing from the back here. My house is ground level, but it has a slope that goes down. That's why they're at least 4 foot higher than me. The third picture is, I've had several instances of dead trees falling through and knocking my fence down. I have dogs that climbed up here, and I immediately had to take the day off and leave them in and get a contractor to fix this. If they get through there, I can't get back there. So running Broad Street and get hit. And if there's any construction, I'm totally concerned about this. There's several dead trees leaning. So I don't know what's gonna be done with those. And the third picture is, I've had to have that shed removed. A couple times a year, we'll have rain, steady rain, it has to be a downfall that keeps for hours. It does back up. The reason it backs up with water is that creek is full of trees that could easily be remedied by removing those trees. From there, east of me, all of those backyards flood because of the trees clogging this. If that pipe's not big enough, it's gonna be a greater problem. I have a brand new shed on the other side. I have several motorized vehicles in there. I don't know if that gets flooded, what I'm gonna do. I don't know if insurance will cover that. I know my house is covered, but I don't know if that shed is. That's a concern. But if you don't, you can't see it from the plans, that they're gonna be, here's my 6 foot fence, their paving is gonna come about 1 foot from my fence. So I'm gonna, whatever they put up there is gonna be okay for me. So I just don't think it's been thought through about it, covering that in, and then there's not gonna be a retaining wall. Why is that not gonna eventually run away or push down?
Yeah.
And they have a slight decline. What's gonna cause, water, where's it gonna go? It's gonna go right by my backyard. I'm just sick over this. It's really all I have to say. I just know that I'm a senior, I'm looking to retire. It's just, if I could move, I'd move. But it's with the market and things, it's hard to buy something for the price of my house. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't even know if I could move before they'd start construction. And then I probably couldn't sell. It's just a great concern about that. I would prefer it be stop at the tree line and leave the creek alone and clean it up. That would be my preference. Yes, they lose some parking areas, but aesthetically and sustainability wise, I think that would be the best decision. I don't think there's salamanders there, but there is deer family, and I love staring at the trees there and watching the deer. But
Yeah, right.
so that's it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate it. You.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess I just wanted to clarify off the bat, we're culverting the stream, we're not filling it in. There will be a pipe that the stream will continue to run through and it will come out on the other side. We're not putting, asphalt millings in the stream.
How big of a culvert you putting in?
What?
How big of a culvert?
Like the north,
Well,
18 to 18 inch on the north side.
100 something feet.
Not that big.
The, and I guess in her comments, and again, I understand no one wants to live next to development. That's, you're not gonna find anybody that wants development next to them, I get that. But she mentioned she doesn't want us to remove the trees because of how it would look, but then mentioned that there's an issue with dead trees falling on her fence, blocking the stream. When we go in and we clean up those trees and keep the ones that are healthy, that will provide that screening, part of that process is also taking out the dead trees. In an RV lot, the last thing we want is a tree falling on a customer's RV or their boat. It's in both parties' interest that these trees get cleaned up. And lastly, it may be a 4-foot drop to her property line, but I think, and I haven't seen this version of the photos, I've seen past versions of the photos, but the photos show pretty clearly her house sits well above where our property is. We can't help the elevation of where her property is versus ours. Any development we would do with that lot, regardless of how far back it is, she would be able to see. That's unfortunate, but it is a commercial lot that sits behind her. Again, I'm sympathetic to the fact that her property is what it is, but that doesn't change the fact that we have a right to develop the property in some way. So, I appreciate all your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would just say to your comment there, I agree. You have the right, if you follow everything to build there, but there is a good neighbor thing. You got to do the right thing with your neighbors around there, whether that's a swale, a retaining wall, culverts, whatever. If her property was higher, you wouldn't want it dumped on you. I would just, if this passes or what have you, be a good neighbor.
And I think, we've got every, it's, no one wants somebody to live next to them that doesn't want that.
I think the comment on that back area, that property hasn't been maintained since I've been on that property. It's been 14 years. So any improvement we do with culvert or whatever would probably improve some of the flooding that is currently existing because that hasn't been taken care of in my existence here. So hopefully with what we do, and this is the Army Corps delineation and Rimbal's all stormwater calculations will manage or improve water flow. So it's not like we're just piping in something that we don't know what's going to happen. All this has been calculated and approved, for that matter, by bigger entities than myself. What these guys do. So that's just.
Would you be opposed to putting in an even bigger culvert?
If the calculations show that's what we need. The original drawing was a 12-inch culvert at 271 feet and has since been upsized to 18 inches for that north bank. So it's already been upsized once. So it's probably above the calculations that were originally done. Just to, I haven't directly spoken to the engineers and since then, but obviously there was a room for improvement with that. So hopefully that's already been taken care of.
I understand what they said. I'm asking you, would you be opposed to putting in a bigger culvert?
I would do what we need done to manage it. That would be a problem for me. If it needs a bigger culvert, so be it. Yes, that would be fine. But like I said, that property has been maintenance at all. I don't have pictures of the downed trees that are in that, but I do know it's full of debris. And then I don't think there was much comment on the south side, but it actually has 2 existing culverts in there that are deteriorated. So, and I don't think that would affect the residential side of the property. Again, any improvements will hopefully help water flow.
Do you have a sense of how many dead trees and such would need to be removed?
I know the tree survey I had done would probably show it had size graphs of, it had tree types, inches across base, and then they had a 10-foot screening, a 25-foot screening around the entire property. What I could use existing, it's all labeled.
That north had a lot of trees that were marked that would need to be removed.
Yeah, there's the removal, the trees that need removed are already marked and in place, so all that would be coming out anyways. I don't want the liability of one, I know the fence is new, but two, it's just an insurance claim waiting to happen, but that stuff just left over, so. And still meeting the screening requirements of the L304. So.
I'm curious about the retaining wall. So obviously, based upon her explanation and y'all's explanation as well, this is obviously going to sit above a certain level of grade. And what kind of retaining wall, obviously y'all would maintain it because y'all don't want it to collapse either, right? But like, what's the plan? I guess what kind of structure y'all planning to put in there? I've seen things like railroad ties put into places of that nature, right? And I've also seen those bow. So is this going to be like a concrete structure? Is this going to be a wood beam structure? Is this going to be some other kind of designed structure for that retaining wall? Or is it just going to be an earthen retaining wall with a pipe going out the side of it?
So my comment on that is the property already naturally is probably at least 4 feet taller around that entire north bank. It kind of is a natural barrier, but that was never a factor in to direct water flow into that culvert. I don't know how the construction would exactly look to direct water, but we're not going to be, we're still going to be 25 foot from that property separation. So I don't think building anything 25 feet away from her property is going to affect the flooding.
And there is, just to clarify, so there's that stream, and then there's a ravine that runs between the two, kind of on the property line, that would collect all of that.
Okay.
And the delineation survey showed, it had pictures of, of all of that. And that culvert's not starting at the property line, it's starting 25 foot back from that property line. So, anything I do past that 25 foot mark is improvement, but not necessary on my end.
And this is all asphalt, is that correct? Material there?
Millings.
Millings, okay. Okay. So with that stream, what's the direction of the water that flowing off the property, I guess?
So looking at this picture, it would be right to left.
Because,
it would be east to west
Yes,
if
east
you're
to
at
west.
the overview of this property.
It goes east to west.
Running away from the north neighbors.
Yeah, it's coming downhill towards me, put it that way.
Okay. I just want to make sure, like, again, that stream can kind of collect, but it seems like it's going to be
Yeah.
flowing with the stream.
Yeah, it'll
It heads west, the water runs west.
Yeah. Trying to picture my backyard. Yes, it does.
So essentially the stream runs around the property.
Yeah, it runs
Oh.
around, say, the top, around to the west. Which again, it does sit significantly higher. So hopefully any improvement we do will help with the flooding. Because it is, I know we've had a couple big rains and there was a lot of water back there.
So the majority of the water that's getting collected into those retention ponds, where is that coming from?
So that'll all dissipate off the material, the surface that's currently there, or that would go in. That's all calculated already, and it has a internal release into the south stream to.
So your lot is sloped towards those retention ponds?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how the grade, and this doesn't have the actual grading on it, but it's all calculated in. It'll collect what's needed to collect.
And also be fair, so if that culvert backs up, it will be the people behind you that flood as a result of the culvert backing up essentially. which is concerning because obviously y'all don't also have a visual view of the culvert, right? So to be fair, if it did get clogged, the only way y'all would find out is through being notified by somebody with flooding happening behind them, correct? Because you'll be blocked by the actual fence line. You'll have the tree line there as well. So like y'all would not necessarily know that that was happening.
To answer that question, I guess, in a couple parts. It would back up to the north, however, the trees that we would clear, because a lot of the problems there are caused by those down trees in that ravine. The trees we would clear would already significantly flow into that culvert. But yes, it would back up. Depending on where that fence sits, it would be different.
And I'm not sure on the blueprint where the fence is exactly. I think it's all on the exterior perimeter, which would touch, and Jack would probably say it's in city code, but is that the red?
Yeah, that's what the price was shown.
Okay, so yeah, we wouldn't directly see.
If it was backing up.
If it was backing up, yeah.
Yeah. And I just say that to also basically warn you in that way too, that kind of infers a certain level of responsibility on you that if something did happen, it may be in your best interest to make that well above the size requirements for the water flows, because it also would stop the risk of something potentially clogging said space too.
As his attorney, I don't want to get that phone call. But yes. It's good business, but bad.
Yeah, I'm not trying to.
I just put that out there to say that like that's gonna flood north into homes. So just be careful.
And hopefully anything that we do is an improvement to what's already obviously, coming from the neighbors, bad flooding, and I've seen it. So hopefully this helps.
Yeah. But you're right, that is a risk.
Mhm.
And the pipe being that small. I mean, 18 sounds like a lot, but it doesn't.
It's not.
No, I mean, I've got 2 culverts under my driveway and they, once a year, at least I can count on them plugging up and flooding. So,
And again, we're open to expanding.
and they're larger. Yeah, so.
And I guess as far as going back and resolving this with the Army Corps of Engineers and the city and so forth, figuring out where all the issue was with that, from like, I want to probably see that before I was willing to go forward with this, just from my perspective, because I want to make sure that we make a decision, we know what's going to happen, everybody's on the same page and so forth, right? So I
would agree. I would agree. I think we need to see, first of all, photos of the ravine and everything. I mean, what we have is engineered drawings, but we don't see what you're talking about, how big that ravine is. And yeah, I think we just need to see the whole plan with some photos too. And then an understanding as to what you're willing to go to with the culvert running through there.
I know at one point, and I know, unfortunately it's not here now, but we had, maybe Jeff, the delineation survey of the entire property, including stormwater calculations, with all the vegetation, the existing streams, and unfortunately it's not currently on this plan, but this was, almost a 2-year.
Understand it all. I just think.
We had it, it's just not, and I still have it, but it could be
Yeah.
resubmitted.
I think it'd be good for us to see it because everybody's in our concerns with this, You guys are 2 young men that handle yourself very well and entrepreneurs and that, but you also have neighbors around you that need to be, looked after too. So I think we just need to see more.
Any other comments?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, with this plan, going 25 feet, that's gonna go beyond the natural drop.
That's why we need to see it.
So
That's
they're
what we
gonna
need
have
to see
put
what he's
in.
doing.
And what is gonna keep that from caving in?
It's a great point, and that's why we need to see photos to see exactly what they're
If
doing.
it's settled, I think it needs to be taken. If it stops at the natural edge where it is, where the drop off is, that would be a less concern. But with 25 feet, that's gonna put it in the middle of the creek. Which is about 25 feet past the top. And I believe they made a comment that there was a tree study, that was supposed to be included with this, and that any dead tree removed was supposed to be replaced with a certain diameter. That was from comments. I don't know if it was on this, but it was on previous.
Ready to take an action?
I think, yes.
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 Entertain a motion?
Well, I guess first of all, do they have a problem with tabling it and coming back, or do they want us to make a decision tonight?
I don't think maybe we should.
All right. All right, make sure I got the right one here.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
All right, I will make a motion to table application TCOD-25-001.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to table the application. Any discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
Roll call.
Ms. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Smiley?
Yes.
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Mr. Burry?
Yes.
Mr. Martino?
Yes.
Mr. Truax?
Yes.
Motion passes and it's tabled again.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
You too. Thank you for your patience.
Yes.
Okay, well, we are closing in on midnight.
Yes, we are.
Almost there.
The witchiness.
Item, new business item A, final development plan application FP 26001. Michaela?
So the applicant for this property is Rockford Homes. The location of the application is northeast corner of Refugee Road and Freetown. And the applicant is requesting approval of the final development plan of phase 2 of Cable Crossing. So this is the location. Three times to the west right here, Refugee Road is down here to the south of the property, and this is the red box would be where phase 2 is located. So, the Hazelton Crossing Development District was established May 26, 2021. And a previous rezoning, is previously rezoned from ag to a planned development district in March 2007. The total site is 95 acres, split between 4 sub-areas. This is the, table of all the sub-areas. Sub-area A is, commercial, that's about 25 acres. Sub-area B is, assisted living, that's about 8 acres. Sub-area C is,
Condominium?
condominiums, about 10 acres. And sub-area D, which is, the focus of tonight, is about 51 acres in a single family home. So this application is for phase 2, for a total of sub-area D. The construction plans for this phase were approved on December 9th. It consists of 35 single-family lots, of 153 acres. It'll have one reserve area to the east of the phase, and it will have full access to Refugee Road via phase 1 for the site. So this is the planned site layout of the total development. The commercial is in red right here.
Condominiums are in orange?
Yes, condominiums are in orange. Assisted living is in purple, and the total single-family living area is in black and yellow. This is the proposed site layout of all the lots. And staff would offer the following comments. The scales on some of the exhibits and the specific dimensions up there seem to be not accurate to what is shown on the construction plans. We just actually correct that before the final plans are approved. We need to give Beacon Chase a suffix. Chase is not considered a legitimate suffix for a road. And in a separate document, provide a list of changes that have taken place from the preliminary plan as well. The Licking Regional Water District would comment that the signature for the Licking Regional Water District on the title sheet for the final development plan shall be operations director, Licking Regional Water District. And they also reserve the right to review and provide comments to the final plot prior to signature. The Public Service Department would comment that the water easements are shown on the construction plans but are not called out in the final development plan. And storm easements are labeled as utility easements on the final development plan. They just want to be consistent. No other departments or agencies covered. The surrounding properties are the north zone, also planned development district. That's future residential development of Hazelton Crossing. The east is R15, it's single family homes. The south is planned development district, phase 1 of Hazelton Crossing. And the west is zone planned development district, and that would be future commercial development. Should the Planning and Zoning Commission choose to recommend approval of the applicant's request, the following modifications may be considered. The applicant shall address all comments from the Public Service Department, City Engineer, and Planning and Zoning staff. After all comments and questions have been addressed, the applicant shall submit a Mylar copy of the revised final development plan to the Planning and Zoning Department for signatures and motions. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for staff? We'll start with Frank.
I have no questions.
David?
Is the proposed new residences need to meet the requirements of the architectural residential standards? Was it 1296?
I do not.
These ones do not. So this subdivision was adopted prior to the residential period standards. So these ones would not be subject to that.
So they don't have to put in windows on the side?
Yes, we don't want to.
Unless they don't want to sell houses.
Well, the proposed plan showed that. Okay, that was all I had.
Good. Jerry?
No.
Okay, I have none.
So I have two things. One, have we received any complaints related to the construction in this space for locally within range of the neighbors? For like any kind of like issues with stormwater drainage, anything like that up to this point?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not to my knowledge.
Excellent. Just asking the question because like I figure if it's going to show up, it's going to show up relatively early and not towards the end. But like, ask the question. Not that it would actually do a lot, but the other question I had was, is this, obviously this is for the houses in this little subdivision. This was also the one where they were potentially changing the commercial zone to something else at one point, correct? A number of months back, like half a year ago.
There was a few concept plans that they had brought before planning commission, but it did not progress beyond that stage.
Understood. All right, that was it.
Okay, thank you. Ian?
No.
Okay, applicant. It's your turn.
Welcome.
And, yeah,
Good morning.
thanks for your patience.
Yeah, I've been to several of these. I was a city planner in Dublin, and I've been there as well, so not new to me. But I'm here to answer any questions. I consent to all the staff comments. We would.
I'm sorry, your name and address?
I'm sorry, Corey Tarkoff, THEUERKAUF, 999 Polaris Parkway, Columbus, Ohio.
Thank you.
The modifications from final to preliminary, there are no lot structures the same, street networks the same. The suffix, drive, road, whatever, it's no big deal. I believe the scale issues were from our land planner, landscape designer, he's making the copies, the scales just didn't match up, so he's already addressed that with me, he's putting an updated package together.
Okay, thanks. Questions for the applicant, David?
I have none.
Tim?
None.
Jerry?
How's the sale gone on the sub area D so far?
Pretty good, once we got our model home in place. I mean, trying to get marketing out there and get a critical mass without a sales model was pretty tough. And once we got through the punch list, public utilities, we were able to start ramping up there. So we've got a new salesperson down there, that's why we're popping in there.
You think of starting this when, in spring, or what do you think?
I would like to start it in the next 15 days. I'm ready to go. I got a contractor.
That's all
So
questions I
as soon as
have.
it's approved, I'm requesting free comment with the city.
Get your snow shovel out, right?
Yeah, precast structures have been ordered and about to be delivered.
No more questions.
Nope, okay, I have none.
None.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Discussion? Ready to act on this application? I'll entertain a motion then.
All right. I move that we approve application number FP-26-001 pursuant to section 1225.10 of the Pataskala Code with the following two listed modifications. Applicants shall address all comments from the Public Service Department and Planning and Zoning staff. And number two, after all comments and questions have been addressed, the applicant shall submit a Mylar copy of the revised final development plan to the Planning and Zoning Department for signatures and records.
Before I ask for a second, did I hear you say 122520?
He said 1-0.
I know.
I said, I said, yes.
You said 2-0.
Addenda do, yes, 2-0.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Thank you, sir. Discussion on the motion to approve with the two conditions? Roll call.
Mr. Boggs.
Yes?
Mr. Burry.
Yes.
Mr. Truax.
Yes.
Mr. Smiley.
Yes.
Mr. Mancino.
Yes.
Ms. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Bush.
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Stop here, next step would be setting that tree fund out.
And again,
Good night.
Thank-
Carol.
thanks for your
One out.
patience.
Yes.
Okay, just a couple more minutes for items here. No new business, no other business?
No, actually, quite a bit.
Did you guys know the data center was going to be quite
Okay.
long?
Wait
I was
till
just
after.
curious
Wait
because
till
I feel bad for the other
Wait
applicants.
till after.
Yeah.
The thing's off. Wait till-
Let's go.
Wait till the thing's off.
So who won the
You
bet?
don't want to be
Yeah.
on record.
I saw a Facebook page.
No, I just meant the order, that's all.
I know. Go ahead, sir.
So
Okay,
Jack, who won the bet?
item 7, no,
You guys all lost it.
no excuses,
We're all winners.
or no absence to excuse, so moving to number 8, we have 2 sets of meeting minutes. Item A, January 7th, 2026 organizational meeting minutes.
I move that we approve the January 7th, 2026 organizational meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded to approve the January 6th organizational meeting minutes. Discussion, roll call.
Mr. Mancino.
Yes.
Ms. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Smiley.
Yes.
Mr. Boggs.
Yes.
Mr. Burry.
Yes.
Mr. Truax.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, we got the January 7th, 2026 regular meeting minutes.
I'll move that we approve the January 7th, 2026 regular meeting minutes.
I second.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the January 7th, 2026 regular meeting minutes. Discussion, roll call.
Mr. Smiley.
Yes.
Ms. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Truax.
Yes.
Mr. Boggs.
Yes.
Mr. Burry.
Yes.
Mr. Mancino.
Yes.
Okay, and the one everybody's been waiting for,
I will move that we adjourn till Wednesday, March 4th, 2026.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Mr. Truax.
Yes.
Mr. Bobs.
Yes.
Mr. Smiley.
Yes.
Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Ms. Ryder.
Yes.
Mr. Burry.
Yes.
Mr. Messina.
Yes.
Motion passes and we're adjourned at 12:03.